everyone. A very good morning to you all. Welcome to the first lecture of Advanced Financial Management paper of ACCA. I hope all of you are doing well. We're going to start off with a quick round of introduction about us. I'll start with mine and then we can hop on over to you. Right? So this is Anushka, your mentor for the AFM paper. I have been coaching the ACCA students since 2020. I qualified as an ACCA in 2019. So my journey started with first completing CA, and that I did along with my BCom qualification. So in 2017, I qualified as a CA. Clearing all the papers in the first go. And then I started working with Coca-Cola. That was my first job in Bangalore. And post that, I worked with Pernod Ricard India in Guwahati. So Pernod Ricard India is a company name for a lot of popular brands of liquor, which you might be aware or not aware. So it's the second largest liquor manufacturer in the world. So my journey started with Pernod Ricard India, post which I moved on to Flipkart in Bangalore. Having worked there for 2.5 years, I again got a resounding confirmation from Pernod Ricard India to join them back. And currently now I'm working with Pernod Ricard India in Guwahati as their regional finance manager. And during this journey, in the midst of it, I took up the ACCA qualification in 2019. Since I was a CA, I had exemptions for 9 out of the 13 papers. So ultimately, I had to give just 4 to become or to get the ACCA qualification. So I started off my journey in June 2019 with the AFM paper. And AFM paper being my first paper, there was a lot of, concern, stress that how I'm going to do. But luckily enough, I got world rank 2 and all India rank 1 in that paper. That was my first paper, and I got a very good reward of getting this rank. And then I moved on to give the SBL and SBR paper in September 19. So I gave 2 papers together at that time. So that was SBL and SBR. I cleared them again in the first go. And then finally, I was left with the APM paper, which I gave in December 19. Okay, so within a span of like 6 to 7 months, I had the prestigious ACCA qualification alongside my name. See, a lot of students, they ask me, ma'am, what is the utility of this course? See, ultimately, I keep telling them that courses or professional qualification is you can say, entry ticket to the corporate world, number one. And if you are already in the corporate world, like it was for me, I was already working. But what gave me what drove me to take up this course was my, inclination to learn more about the international practices. So from that motivation, I took up the course. And it could be different motivations that if you want to move abroad, then this is like a golden ticket. You get so many opportunities in Singapore, Dubai, right? So name a country and you will find that ACCA is recognized as a qualification, as a, as an accounting qualification to, work in the big corporates of the country. So the motivation for each one of us could be different, but ultimately the journey through which we have to go is the same. And at the strategic professional level, we have 6 papers, out of which we have to opt for 4, with SBL and SBR being, the mandatory subjects. And out of the 6, out of the 4, we have to take up 2. correct? So I'm sure all of you would have made exercise the choice of taking up AFM. And let me assure you, it's a very good choice. AFM as a paper is very interesting. And if you are coming from a CA background, you will find a correlation of topics from the SFM, subject. So I'm not very sure, like, if the SFM subject goes by the same name. Ultimately, like when I qualified, it used to be SFM only. So if it continues with the same name or not, but the financial management paper at the CA final level, it draws a lot of similarities with the ACCA paper. Ma'am, is it like the same paper? I have already prepared work for it. I have already studied the financial management paper at CA. Can I just directly appear for an ACCA AFM paper? My answer to that question would be no. It draws similarities, yes, but there are a lot of concepts which have been discussed in the international light, and the course is more of about you being in a senior position and writing to the senior most leader. So you might be engaged in writing reports. So that is not something you would be doing at the CA paper. It tends to be completely practical. But just yeah. So CA paper, it tends to be more like a practical paper. ACCA, it would be a mix of practical. So, of course, the basis of finance remains practical. But what makes it different is the descriptive explanations, descriptive reports you will have to write to the, CEO, CFO, the CXO positions of the company to explain your working. So you just do not have to do the workings, you have to justify them, you have to comment on them, pros, cons of those calculations. So that is something you learn newly. And of course, some of the concepts could be completely new. Like, for example, Islamic finance. That's not there in the CA paper. So Islamic finance is there. So a lot of internationally relevant topics could be there in the syllabus that you could be, that you would be ultimately learning in the journey. Okay. So that was a quick introduction about myself. Now I would want all of you to, tell me about yourself. You can make use of the chat box functionality. Okay. So if you click on the chat button, okay, or you can just press Alt H on your keyboard. It works the same way. If you press it, you'll get the option to type in your messages. You can send me your quick introduction. I can, of course, see your names. And I want to know what you are currently doing, whether you have some prior experience with ACCA papers, and whether you have prior experience with me also, because I can see a common name over here. So I teach 4 subjects of ACCA, and that is AFM, that is Advanced Financial Management, then Advanced Performance Management, APM, then Financial Management, that is FM, and Performance Management, that is PM. So I have been taking 2 papers at the professional level and 2 papers at the skill level. So some of you might have also studied from me earlier, and really glad to see you back. I would want all of you to give me a quick introduction about you, where you are based out of, whichever city you are from, and if you hold any prior qualification, if you have done papers of ACCA, that also you can tell me. So I've got a message, and everyone, please reply to everyone. Do not send direct messages to me. Just reply to everyone so that everyone in the class can read your messages. I will, of course, read aloud your message for the recorded lecture students. But while you are sending it, just change the setting to everyone in the chat box and send it to everyone. All right. While asking queries also, I'll come to that later. But ensure that you send your messages to everyone. So Utkarsh says he's a chartered accountant working with EY in the indirect tax domain. All right. Nice. Others, what about you? What are you doing? Vineet is from Nammauru, Bangalore. So yes, Vineet has been one of my students earlier. Uh, okay. So yes, so he says I started ACCA because my senior was accepted to reimburse, but then they denied. So I kept my marathon running and completing my course. That's very nice. All right. What about others? Good to see you back, Vineet. So, did you attempt any paper in between APM and AFM? So this is your second paper now. So okay, all right. But this is your third paper. Which one have you qualified other than this? SBR. All right. So just SBL would be left for you after this. Okay. All right. Others, what can you please tell me about you? Kavita. Got a response from Kavita. I am say working with PwC SDC Assurance Department. I'm planning to enroll for ECCA. So you haven't enrolled already, Kavita? Yet to do so? Okay. All right. All right. So this would be your first paper if you finally decide to enroll. And Utkarsh, what about you? Have you got any prior experience of ACCA papers or is it your first paper? And others also, Shikha, Tasmaya, Utkarsh. Sorry, Utkarsh has responded. Divya. Okay, so this is the first paper, says Utkarsh. Others also, please let me know. It helps me to understand you better. Tasmaya is from Dehradun, no, nice. The valleys. The working in UK accounting and Bloom International, all professional papers are pending. Okay, so have you come from the skills paper, skills level route, Tasmaya? Okay, nice. So which three skills paper did you have to give? Okay, Shikha is working in HDFC Bank as a senior credit manager. Superb. All right. Shikha, do you have prior experience of ACCA papers or is it your first one? Tasmia says, okay, so FMPM and FR is the other three papers that you've attempted. Good. Having done FM, you will definitely get a lot of, comfort while you are taking up the AFM paper. Reason being, the topics which were there at the FM level have been developed further at the AFM level. So that's good that you have already appeared for FM paper. You'll get a lot of comfort that way. All right. So Shika says it's the first paper. So some of them are experienced, some of them are not. All right. So we have a mixed lot. Okay. So great. Now on that note, we will begin our journey. I'll give you an orientation on the AFM paper. Second. Utkarsh, for you, na, there's a small icon. Your screen is coming up. I was trying to see if I can remove it from my side. There's an animated figure which is coming up on my screen. Can you turn it off? It takes up space on my screen, so that's why. See if you're able to turn it off. There is an avatar coming for you. Yes, please. All right. So, starting with the orientation session for AFM, how we are gonna study and you know. Okay, I think you must have done some setting. Check your video settings. Choose avatar. So you would have chosen some avatar under video. So when you click on the video icon, drop down, and you click on avatar, you will be able to remove it. See from there. All right. So coming back, AFM paper. So how we are going to do our classes is yes. So we are currently going to have live classes on Saturday, Sunday. All right. Timing would be 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. Okay. So we're going to do it on the weekends. So of course, it gives you comfort from your regular work schedule. So that means if you might be working from Monday to Friday, you get your good utilization of time over the weekends. All right. So classes would be from Monday to Friday, Saturday to Sunday, 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. And the benefit of you joining in the live classes, of course, you can interact with me, always there to respond. So you can use the chat box functionality. You can send in your messages over there. The reason I do not allow, I mean, verbal chat is because, when the recorded students watch the lectures, it becomes very difficult for them to focus. So we'll stick to chat messages. You can send in your messages to me. I'll read them aloud and address your queries. So don't worry. Whatever type of query that you might get, you might think that, this is a very silly query. I shouldn't be having this type of a query. Please do not think about it. It's a very comfortable discussion that we are having. So do not have to worry much about the, doubt being small or big. Yes, Utkarsh, it's fine. Thanks a lot. So do not worry about whether what type of doubt it is. I'll always address it. And of course, it's your way to learn. So whatever type of concern that you get, please I'm just a message away. I'll always be there to support you in your journey, right? So yes, to set the comfort for the class, always know that you can use the chat box functionality for whatever type of query that you have, whether related to the subject or whether related to the course in general, like always there to guide you. So what we are going to do in our classes is, have you got the VGLD material for the AFM subject? Anyone who has got the VGLD material? Have you got the books? No. Okay. Anyone who has got the book so far? No. So, anyone who has received the books? All of you, please respond. Okay, I want the class to be, two-way communication. It's not just me who's going to talk to you. I want all of you also to please respond to my queries in the class. Have you got the books? Everyone, please confirm. From VGLD. So we have a VGLD publication now. Okay, none of you have received. All right. So just to let you know that VGLD has come up with its own publication, and it's going to be super, super helpful. All right. So we are going to use VGLD publication in our classes. And see, the best thing about it, it's you're going to find it in a lot of in a very simple, lucid language, in tabular format, with a lot of examples built into it from the Indian context, so that you are able to relate to it more. It is completely based on the syllabus, blueprint given by ACCA. So do not worry. Everything that you need to know would be covered in the book. And since you are taking the classes along with the book, you're gonna study it with me also, the same content. So from the content perspective, they're going to refer to the VGLD publication. And you're going to get questions also there, practice questions from the exams perspective, and some examples and activity questions just to learn the concept. Okay. So coming back, so with respect to orientation, I want to give you a quick intro into what the AFM paper is. Just check it with the team. I think you would get it. Utkarsh. Just check with Sandeep. He's from the admin team. See, this type of queries, whatever you have now, you can just message Sandeep or Goldie from the group. They will help you out. Okay. So ask if the PDF version can be shared with the students, so he get back. I think it would be. Okay. So, AFM paper, very interesting paper. And I'll tell you, I have got very lucky with my students for this particular paper. In one of the previous attempts, we got, that was the best feeling for me. I never really felt that, this could be the best moment, better than the moment which I have experienced. Is that one of my students, Rupam Bharatiya, she got world rank 1 and of course all India rank 1 in the AFM paper. That was a big feat. So having got a world rank 2 myself, and now when my student got world rank 1 and all India rank 1, it was like a superb achievement. She got a lot of accreditation from ACCA as well, ACCA as an institute. So, she was called on a lot of events, felicitated there, and it all felt like a personal achievement, right? And of course, I treated as a, personal achievement. She had taken my recorded lectures, and we had been in contact as well during her preparation. So that's what I request all of you. Please stay connected with me. So the group you are part of, I'm also a part of the same group. You can, WhatsApp group I'm referring to. So you can message your, everything anyways will be discussed in class. So while you are attending the live lectures, that's the best thing. You can ask me everything in the live class. Even for the recorded batch lectures, the recorded lectures batch, students don't feel that I'm not there for you and I'm just there for the live class students. You are equally, and you're equally important to me. And please just know that I'm a message away. If you want me to take up any particular question or any particular doubt in the class while the classes are going on, you can message me. Okay. So stay connected with me. It helps me to understand what you are doing. If you're having any type of doubt that, other students might also have, of course, I will take it up in the class. And when you hear when you hear and see it along with Excel solutions, you feel better, right? So for the recorded lecture students also, I'm just message away. Stay connected. So yes, so coming back, so she got world rank 1 and all India rank 1 in the AFM paper, and then again, in the March attempt, so I got another world rank 4, from a student, world rank 4, and of course all India rank 1 in the AFM paper. So, rank wise and other world ranks we keep getting, but these were the top, top 5 ranks, which, I got very recently from my students. So rest assured, you are also like, you feel that comfort with me that you are in safe hands. Okay. So Vineet has been one of my students, and he also he took up APM classes and he passed the paper in the first attempt. So we were also connected, right? And I just want all of you to have that thing in mind that yes, you are in safe hands. You are going to study the entire curriculum along with me, and I'm going to be there to address your doubts and concerns. So aim for the best. Of course, I keep saying that aim for the best, and of course. So if you aim for a rank, you're definitely going to pass. So that's the ideology you should have in mind. There's a famous saying, aim for the moon. Even if you miss, you're going to land among the stars. So aim for a rank and give it your best shot. From day one itself, ensure that you are well versed with every topic in the syllabus. Because everything we're going to cover in the class, it's just you who has to put in the hard work and ensure that, everything is in your mind. You're revising it properly and doing the necessary bit, which I'll keep telling you from class to class, right? So have that faith in yourself that you're going to do it. You're going to make the paper with a world rank. And if not, of course, failing doesn't even, is not even a possibility. So as per ACCA, the pass mark is 50, but for you, it should be like a 70 as the benchmark, that I have to get a minimum 70. I should be writing the paper up to that extent. So there is no scope for failing left. Minimum is what you have to ensure, that I have to get 70 to pass. That is the benchmark you should keep in your mind. As per ACCA, it is 50, but never mind, for you, you should keep a minimum benchmark that I have to get 70 as the last resort. But aim should be for the best, aim should be for the rank, right? So on that note, we'll move forward. So this particular slide is just to induct you on the course and what the structure is going to be like. Okay. So the exam, it's a computer-based exam. So that is also a reason I'm going to keep telling you, and I'll take this opportunity also to tell you, please attend the lecture from a laptop or a computer. It's a sincere request, because ultimately now in the class, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a lot of questions to practice. And it would be best if you practice them on Excel or on Word. Okay. So make sure you are writing your answers on a laptop, on a application like Excel or Word. Because ultimately in exam, you're going to write on a computer, you're going to type on a computer. So I don't want exam to be surprise. Right from day one, when you're starting off the journey, start it with the backdrop that yes, I am preparing for a computer-based exam. So I need to prepare also on a computer. Okay. So do not, I'm saying, use pen and paper anymore for AFM classes at least. Everything that you're going to do, you're going to do it on Excel or Word. Am I clear on that, everyone? Will you please do it? Will you attend the lectures on a laptop, and will you solve the questions which I give to you during the class on Excel or Word? Please tell me, are you aligned? Yes. So, of course, I sincerely request again, please do ensure this. I know it sounds like a very basic things, but students, they tend to avoid it. And then during the exam, I'll get queries like, ma'am, my typing speed is not good. I'm not able to adjust to the computer-based exam. Those problems will not even arise if you start practicing from day one, because ultimately your typing speed would only improve day by day if you are practicing on a computer. And of course, if you're working, you would already be accustomed to working on a computer, so your typing skill would definitely be good. But for everyone, whether you're working, whether you're not working, whatever has been your background, please, while you're studying, you have to use a computer and Excel and Word softwares, right? Now, that is about AFM being a computer-based exam. Just excuse me for a second, I'll have some water. So approach to examining, there is no choice in the exam. All questions have to be answered. Okay. So there's nothing like, optional questions. If there is a question in the paper, it has to be solved. Okay. There is no negative marking. All questions should be attempted. Okay. So don't think that if your answer is wrong, you're going to not attempt it. In fact, you should attempt it, because there is step marking. So you might mess up a calculation in between of your answer, but if you're doing the follow-on steps well, you will get the marks. So there is no, you should always try that you have to give 100% of the paper, whether or not you know it with 100% confidence. So make sure you write something so that you get the marks. See, ultimately, just think through this in your mind. Is it easier to get 50 marks out of a 70, beautifully attempted paper? Or is it easier to get a 50, to get 50 marks out of 100 average attempted paper. So according to you, you'll feel that I've written the best for the 70 marks, but there can be some silly mistakes, and then ultimately your marks might come down to less than 50, which you would not want. So make sure you go with the agenda that I have to write for 100% of the marks. Some 7, 8 marks, 10 marks, I may not know with full confidence, but I'm going to still write it. Whatever knowledge you have, because ultimately I'll tell you, once you have done the classes now, there will not be any topic which you completely don't know. It will not be like something like as a shocker or a surprise coming in exam. You will know something about it. May not be, exact, because the requirement, they twisted it up. Sometimes there could be twisted questions also in exam. So you have to be mentally prepared for it. So ultimately, you will know something about every topic. That's for sure. So it's just about how you, frame answers properly. You write good answers, and make sure you write answers for all the questions. Okay, so that has to be there in your mind from day one. You're not leaving any topic while you're studying thinking that it's a difficult topic. I will leave it if it comes in exam. Never have that ideology. Keep getting from students that, ma'am, can you tell me the important topics from the syllabus? I'll study only that. I don't have time. And I tell them the same thing. There is no such thing as important topic. Questions can come from anywhere. Okay, they can come from any topic. I'll not say leave this, leave that, because anything can come. And you have to write the complete paper. So, the responsibility is in your hands, that whenever you are studying, you understand every topic. And if you're not being able to do so, you can ask me. Okay. So there is no negative marking. All questions should be attempted. Exam duration would be 3 hours, 15 minutes. And as I said, pass mark would be 50%, but in your mind, do not let that sink in. In your mind, you should know that the pass mark is 70% only, and have to get bare minimum 70. Only aim for a higher mark. So you have to adopt the role of a senior financial advisor, like someone who's reporting into the CFO of the company, or you might be the CFO, you have to report into, report into the CEO of the company, finance director. So you have to adopt the role of a senior finance manager. Okay, that you are a senior in the company, and think from that perspective. So people at the top, do they just keep doing calculations? They don't even get into the calculations. They would have a supporting team. So for you, it would be more like you are doing some calculations, and then you are using those calculations for a lot of decision making. So the paper would involve a lot of decision making. It has a lot of practical approach, practical orientation. So you'll find that, they are testing you, or they're making you ready for the professional world. All right. So adopt the role of a senior financial advisor. Focus on the following 2 topics. See, these 2 topics, one or if not 2 questions would definitely come from these 2 topics. So these are like your non-negotiables. I cannot say that for the other topics. They may or may not come, because every topic has a chance of coming in. But these 2 topics, they are definitely going to get tested. Okay. So focus on the following 2 topics: advanced investment appraisal and treasury and advanced risk management. Just to tell you in short, advanced investment appraisal is your NPV, net present value. So you're doing a project appraisal, you're calculating its NPV. That's just a very small but a very important part of the chapter. Of course, there would be other things also in that chapter, but that is one of the key topics, NPV calculation. And treasury and advanced risk management, majorly around 2 topics. And that is, foreign exchange risk management. That means when you have an exposure in a foreign currency, like a foreign currency receivable or a foreign currency payable. So whenever you have an exposure in a foreign currency, that's called foreign exchange risk. Or if you have a borrowing or an investment, okay, so you have an interest rate risk. That means, what if the interest rates rise or fall? So whenever you have a borrowing or an investment, you would be concerned about interest rate risk. So 3 chapters or 3 topics that you have to know with like 105% confidence is: number 1, NPV. Number 2, it is your foreign exchange risk management. Number 3 is the interest rate risk management. Okay, so these are the three topics which are non-negotiable. We are of course going to discuss it in length in the class. So make sure you are ready to face question from these topics, for sure in the exam. Okay. So your paper, for those of you who are attempting a first paper of ACCA, so this is how your paper is going to look like. The paper will have two sections, sections A and section B. Section A will have one question of 50 marks, out of which 10 marks would be professional marks. I'll come to what professional marks is. Those of you who have already attempted papers at the professional level, you will know. But those of you who do not know, please don't worry. I'm going to cover it in today's class itself. So total marks would be 50, out of which 10 marks would be professional marks. Okay. Now, ma'am, just one question for 50 marks? No. This particular question will have subparts, and there is no blueprint for that. It can be of any form and manner, like 50 marks made up of some 10 marks, 15 marks, 8 marks, 7 marks, a combination of that. So 50 marks is the overall mark for one scenario. Because please understand, 3 questions, 3 scenarios. You're going to have 3 scenarios in the paper. So question number 1, however, so many number of, subparts it may have, it will all relate to one scenario, which will be of question 1. Okay. The question 1 of 50 marks, don't worry, it's just, is it a single question of 50 marks? No, you're going to have subparts to it. Okay. Then you have section B. Section B is question number 2 and question number 3 of 25 marks each, and out of which 5 marks would be professional marks. Okay. So, see, in question number 1, one speciality that you need to be aware of, it is going to be a report question. Now, what do you mean by a report question? That means you are going to be writing a report to the senior leadership. So you have to write it in a particular format, which of course we will be discussing later towards the classes, because ultimately concepts that are going to get tested in either section A or B is the same. It is the same in the subject curriculum. But question 1 speciality is that you will have to write a report. So that we will cover in the class. So are you with me so far? So what does the question paper look like? Section A, question 1, 50 marks, out of which 10 marks are professional marks. Section B, 2 questions, 25 marks each, out of which 5 marks each would be professional marks. Now, ma'am, what are professional marks? That we will cover later. But entire slide about the exam, is this clear? Anyone having any doubts? Are you with me so far? Please keep confirming. It helps me to know whether you are on track or not. All right, perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a question paper now on the computer-based platform. So I'll show you what you have to do. So go to Google and type in ACCA practice platform. Okay. Everyone, please follow the steps along with me. Go to Google and type in ACCA practice platform. Okay. So you're going to see this link. CBE, it's of ACCA only. CBE practice platform. Just click on that link. Wait a second. I think this is not the link. Hold on. Hold on. It's not giving me the link to access it. Just go back and click on this one, past exams and practice. Okay, it's over here. So I'll just show you it again. ACCA practice platform, and then click on the first link, past exams and question practice. All right. And then whatever paper opens up for you, it has opened a triple A for me, but don't worry, the practice platform is same for all the papers. So just scroll down and click on log into the practice platform. Um, those of you who have enrolled with ACCA, you would have got your username and password. Do you have it? Please confirm. So type in your ACCA ID and password. Everyone, please do it along with me. If you're struggling, just message me, okay? So you would have got your username and password, enter those credentials and sign into my ACCA. You can bookmark this page so that you do not have to follow the long process. I have also bookmarked it. I only use it from bookmark only. You can use it, add this particular link as a bookmark. Okay, just click on the star and type in ACCA practice platform so that next time onwards you don't have to type it in Google and click on links. You'll definitely be able to land on this particular screen. Okay, so you can bookmark this page. It's gonna be handy. It's gonna be useful later. So keep it ready or bookmark it. Okay, and then what you have to do, click on AFM and then click on ACCA official resources. Okay, and then you can click on practice exams valid from September 22 session onwards. And before, under that, you're going to see this link, AFM pre-June 2024 mock exam. So ultimately what ACCA does now, before the exam, they will issue one mock paper. And that's for all the, attempts, like whether you're attempting in June, September, December, March, whatever it is, they will issue a mock exam before your real exam. So this is one of that. So currently you're seeing for June 2024. This is for, March 2024. And then when your exam comes in, it is something like AFM pre-September or pre-December, whichever attempt you're giving, it will come up automatically. You don't have to do anything. Just 1 week or 10 days before the exam it comes in. So you will be able to see it over here. So you can assign any of the papers. The intent right now is to show you how a question paper looks like. So you can assign any one paper, whichever you want. Okay. And then you will see that a tab will open up over here like this. Okay. Like pre-June 2024 mock exams. Click on it. And then click on AFM pre-June 2000 and click on start. Please tell me, everyone, are you with me so far? Yes, perfect. Now click on next. Scroll down again, next. Keep scrolling, otherwise it will not let you move to the next page. So click on next. Now this page will come up. Exam summary. Section A, again, you already know this by now. One question worth 50 marks, 50 marks in total. Two questions worth each 25 marks. So 50 marks in total. All questions are compulsory. As I told you, there is no optional question. Now you can click on next. Now you're going to begin your exam. It contains one question. This question is worth 50 marks and is compulsory. The section is worth 50 marks in total. We already know this. Now you can click on next. So this is what the question is. You're going to see some exhibits. The following exhibits available on the left-hand side of the screen provide information relevant to the question. So, these are the 4 exhibits and all of these exhibits are here in different tabs. Okay. And this is what the requirements is going to be. Now, let me just show you that you're going to have multiple sub questions. It's not like a single 50-mark question. You're going to have multiple sub questions. I hope you can see it on my screen. See, like I was telling you, different combinations. It could be anything. 2, then 18 marks, 8 marks, 7 marks, 5 marks, 10 marks. Okay. So the marks could be distributed. What did I tell you? Section A question will be a report question. You'll have to write a report. See, prepare a report for the directors. So you're writing to the senior leadership of the company. Prepare a report for the directors of this company, which then subparts. So what are going to be the contents of the report that they're going to tell? It's not like an open-ended report that you have to write. What all things they want you to include is calculate the profit or loss on sale of the infrastructure support services division. Then calculates the percentage gain or loss to shareholders under both the scenarios. Concludes solely on financial grounds whether the company's shareholders will accept the cash or the share exchange offer. So, of course, we don't know the topics as of now. What I'm trying to tell you is this is how it's going to, give you the requirements. Calculate this, then give a conclusion, concludes, then discuss the problems with achieving the forecast operating synergies from the acquisition and the steps. And of course, very, very important. We're going to see that some of the questions now, they have this. And I'm telling you, in the, panic of exam, the part after and gets missed up. All the time, I mean, when you are working under a panic situation, you're going to see that, this and whatever is written after that, you're going to leave that. But please understand this 8 marks for this sub question. It's for both the parts. For number 1, for discussing the problems, and number 2, the steps which the company's board can take to achieve the synergy. So this 8 marks is distributed across both the sub parts. So it's not just for the first part only. So make sure in exam, whenever you see an and, remember this, that you have to write for both parts. Don't just write for the first part. Okay. Then again, discusses. Are you seeing the different types of verbs with which the sub question is starting? Calculates, concludes, discuss, again, discuss. I am going to come back to it again later. That's why I'm highlighting these. These are known as question verbs. Okay. Just notice it for the timing. I'll come back to it later. What is the importance of it? So discusses for both the share exchange and cash offers. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then part B. So this is part A. Part A was a report. See, part A started with this, that prepare a report for this. And then it had certain subparts to it. That subparts got over here. Now part B is a separate question. Here, it is not asking you to write any report. It's a separate question. To discuss the ethical considerations from the company's viewpoints relating to the possible private offer of jobs and cash bonuses to Tinkleton's directors by W company. So this is the second part. This doesn't have to be a part of a report. You don't have to write a report in every part, only for the part whichever they're asking. Okay. So total 2, 18, 20, 28 and 35. So 35 marks went in your report writing. 5 marks is separately given to you. Okay. And as I said, you're going to get 10 marks out of the total 50 marks. So 40 got here. 35 plus 5 is 40. And balance 10 marks. Professional skills. It will be awarded for demonstration of skills of analysis and evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen in your answer. So, see, for getting these marks now, it's not like you have to write anything in particular. That this particular part addresses commercial acumen, this particular part addresses analysis and evaluation. It's not like it. You do not have to write anything special for this part. The marks for this part you're going to get on the basis of how you have written the answer to this part. So how? Okay, how you have written answer for this part. So 10 marks you get for how you have written the 40 marks. What you have written will get you marks for the respective question, right? Like what you have done. But how you have done it will get you marks of professional marks. Right? Please pause me wherever you're not able to understand, or if you have a follow-on question to it, just write it to me in the chat. I will take it up. If you're not typing, I'm assuming everything is going smooth. If you have any struggle, just type it. Ma'am, please wait, or you can just type in your query along directly. Okay. So what is the requirement going to look like? One question, definitely maximum marks would be there for a report only. So you're going to write a report in section A question, and you're going to get professional marks, 10 marks, for which I told you, you do not have to write anything in special. It's all about how you're going to write the answer to the 40 marks over here. Okay, are you with me so far? So this is how the requirements look like. And then, as I told you, the questions are all going to be scenario based. So this is how the scenario is going to look like. Okay. I'm not going to read it now. You won't understand it much now, considering you do not know the syllabus content. So this is how the, exhibits look like. They will give you the necessary information. All right, just have a look. This is how the exhibits look like. You can open multiple together. See, all the necessary data, whatever you want, everything, all the details. Okay, and then offer to the company's directors this. And you know what the best part is? You can copy paste from here. So let's say I copy this part. Okay, Tinkleton companies, 3 directors. So there might come a need that you have to copy certain part of the question in your answer. Now, if I come to the word processor or the spreadsheet now, I open it. I press Control V. I had pressed Control C then. Now we have pressed Control V. It got pasted. Okay, so the Control C, Control V function works. And also one more benefit you're going to see. I'll just see if it's there in the rest 2 of the questions. Sometimes a question which requires a lot of calculations. Now, sometimes, I'm saying always, they will give you the data in an Excel format directly. So one of the exhibits which you are going to open here, it's not going to be in Word format. It's going to be in spreadsheet format. So you can directly copy the table from there. And I'm telling you, ACCA is expecting you to copy. Don't start writing something which is already given to you. You're going to waste your time. And then you will say, ma'am, my paper got left out because I was not left with enough time. So don't let that situation arise. Use the question judiciously. Whatever you can copy paste, do it, because even the ACC examiner body is expecting you to do it, and accordingly they would have drafted the length of the questions and the answers. Okay, so yeah, what I was trying to tell you is that Control C, Control V works. And I'll just quickly tell you what all are the functionalities over here. So this is like a reset option. Stay away from this button. You would not want to use it. Reset, if I do now, okay, everything will get erased. See, whatever I wrote, it got erased. Everything from the screen will get erased. So be careful about it. Do not press this button. Okay. Now, even if I'm doing Control Z, please understand, I'm pressing Control Z on my laptop. It's not bringing back whatever was written. So stay away from this button. Do not use it. This button, first one, reset button. It will reset everything that was there. I'll just show you again. I paste it again. And if I clear this, everything will get erased. And you're not going to get it back even if you press Control Z. That is, if you want to undo it, you cannot do it. Okay. So make sure you are, staying away from it. Then this is a cut button. Control X works. Don't have to use it. Then this is the copy button. Control C works. So no need of this button. This is paste button. You can use Control V shortcut on your laptop. This is undo. That is Control Z. If you want to redo something, you can use Control Y. Then find button. So let's say you want to find something. Okay, you can press Control F. And find and replace also, it is in the same part only. If you want to find and replace something, let's say you have made a spelling mistake and you want to correct it. So you can use it. You can use the find button. Not much of a utility, but it's there. A bold button. So if you want to make something bold, you can rather press Control B rather than using this button. See, try to use as many keyboard shortcuts as possible. It will save your time rather than, moving the cursor and then landing on that particular button. You can just directly use the keyboard shortcuts. So Control B, Then if you want to do something in italics, so you can do control I, that works. If you want to underline something, you can do control U. Okay. So all of these functions are available. See, you might be using this for giving headings. I'm going to come to that also, like when you're writing your answer, this you will learn eventually, not necessary today, that while you are writing your answers, you have to write with proper headings. Okay. So these functions, they might come useful then. Then strike button, I don't think that you will get a need for this, that you have to strike up something after you have written it. You would rather backspace and delete it. I mean, not much of a use, but it's there. I'm just to tell you. Then again, superscript and subscript functions. If you want to take something to the, the subscript, you can select that and press this. So see again, this R, it came in the subscript. Sometimes you might have to give powers and all. Then you might use it. And then here it takes, to the superscript. So these are the functions. Then what is this? Again, this is about clearing formatting. So if I just select it, and I click on this now, it will clear all the formatting and only the text will remain. Okay. Not much useful, but okay. Again, depends from situation to situation. These options are available to you anyways. Then you can insert tables also over here. If you feel while drafting your answer, you have to insert something non-calculative table. Don't start doing calculations in this part. Calculations, whatever you have to do in the spreadsheet function only. Some non-calculative tables, if you have to insert, you can insert using this option. However, the number of rows, columns, whichever you want, you can insert it like this. Okay, so the table gets inserted. Then this is about left alignment, right alignment. I'll just show you left alignment, central alignment, right alignment, and justified alignment. Okay. Then if you want to make it a bulleted list, you can make a bulleted list. If you want to make a numbered list, you can make a numbered list. Now, if you want to change the indent of something. So see, I clicked on this, the indenting, it changed. Indenting is from where the line starts. So, I just do it back. See, you can do this as well. Then there is a print option. Print option, you can take, not relevant for exam, but while you are preparing for it, if you want to save your answer by printing it, you can do it, save it as a PDF. Okay. So these are the entire functionalities which are available to you on the word processor file. Anyone having any doubts? You didn't understand any particular functionality? Please tell me. All here so far? Okay. So now I'll come to everyone sincerely. Please keep messaging me. I understand that you're listening. Otherwise, I feel you're all sleeping off. Okay. So coming to the spreadsheet, similar functionalities. Again, copy paste, cut buttons. You're not going to use it. This is the format painter. That means if you want to take the format of a particular cell and put it somewhere else, you can use this. Not much relevant for the exam. Then you have the bold, italics, underline button. You have the font color button. So if you want to write something in a particular font color, you can use this. So let's say I have changed the font color of this. Now see, the color is coming something like this. Otherwise, normally the color would be black. You can change the font color using this. You want to put color in a particular cell. So this is how you can do it. Then again, left alignment, middle alignment, right alignment is there. Then you have the decimal option. So let's say you have written it in 90. You want it in 2 decimal places. Okay. So you can click on this and this. Okay. And then you can customize it also if you want to, write it in 0% or whatever way you want to write something, you can do it. Number format. This is something which is all available. You can also explore this, and please don't explore it during the exam. All of this exploration, it needs to be done before you go for the exam. So that's why I'm just giving you a gist of it. Of course, after the class, you can have more look at it. Alignment is here. Then borders, if you want to give to your table, let's say color black. Okay. So if you want to give it, then you can. Okay. Okay. If I click, see, You can, once again, I think it didn't come off. But anyways, please do not spend a lot of time on formatting during the exam. You do not really need to make those tables anyways. It is Excel, so there are cell grid lines. So no really need of making tables per se. But those options are available, so you can, explore them, how they work, if you want to use it. But my suggestion would be stay away from formatting a lot. You can use the basic formatting shortcuts like Control B if you want to highlight some heading, Control I, Control U. These all things you can use. But other than that, coloring, making tables, you'll not get that much time in exam. So you might explore it for the time being now, but avoid spending your time on it during the exam. All right, so this is about the different functions which you have. Okay, you can insert different symbols from here. Insert, because this is going to be very useful for you. Please remember, you're going to deal with a lot of currencies while you are studying for the AFM paper. So these currencies are available over here, not here. They are available outside. So these are the, okay, ultimately, from the exam perspective, now these three symbols mostly will be used, but they have given you different currencies over here. Whichever currency you want to insert, you can insert it like this. Okay, it's not here, it is here. Just be careful about that. Then, rest all is fraction if you want to write it in a fraction format. That's something like 3/4. Anyways, you can just write in a slash and write it in a fraction format. No particular need of using this button. Am I clear, everyone? All the buttons that are there on the screen, how your response answer. See, I was telling you, you're gonna write on Excel and Word. See, that is how the exam answer script is gonna look like. It's no longer paper. It is a word processor and a spreadsheet file. Are you with me so far? Any doubts? Anything that you want to ask, ma'am? How this, what that, anything? Please let me know. If you're good, then I'll come back and move ahead with the discussion. Okay. So this is your exhibit one. Question number one. Then if I move and click on next, I'm gonna get section B. Section B is gonna have two questions, right? This is the first question of section B. This is question number 2. So ultimately, you are gonna get 3 questions. You're going to get 3 questions. This is question number 2. Requirements similar. Okay. Here also you will see calculate the adjusted present value. See, I was telling you now, NPV and APV is a development of NPV concept. So you are definitely gonna get a question on this topic. So 13 marks and discuss the factors. So you are gonna see that it's a mix of theory and practical both. It's not just practical calculation. You are gonna get marks for discussing also. And here you're gonna get professional marks for different skills like analysis, skepticism, and commercial acumen. You're gonna learn 4 professional skills, out of which any can get tested in any of the questions. And the exhibits, of course, because the marks is less, the number of exhibits is also less. This is how the exhibits will look like. See, all the data. Sometimes not this table. For example, as I was telling you, that they might give you data in Excel format only. This table they might have given you in Excel format. It may or may not happen, but I'm just telling you it's a possibility that they may give you the data in a tabular format. Just copy paste it in while you are doing it in exam. Okay. Then I'll click on next. This is the third scenario, Stoke Wig company, and this is how the exhibits look like. See, again, interest rate risk. I told you these are like super important topics. Interest rate risk is also getting tested. See, normally now 1 out of the 3 topics get tested, but if you're lucky, you might get questions from 2 questions from this. So see, in a lot of details on the interest rate risk management. Very interesting topic. And one thing, it's too soon to say now, but I can guarantee this for you, taking my classes, currency risk and interest rate risk. I am telling you, students dread this topic. They literally dread this topic. It's the mandatory topic in exam, but they literally dread this topic because it's very lengthy, very complicated. But I can assure you that if you're taking my classes, I have, those tricks which I'm going to tell you, and you can apply it in any type of question which comes. And I'm going to follow the standard technique. So it will get very, very easy for you. But of course, you have to attend the classes regularly for that. Okay. So these are the topics which I was telling you, right? Interest rate risk. So this is one of the exhibits on it. And again, the requirements are like this. See, professional skills. It will be awarded for analysis, evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen. And I'll just show you. I'll go back to question number 1 again. So I think there is some mistake over here. Normally, communication. So I told you that there are 4 professional skills. So the 4th, here you can see 3: analysis, evaluation, skepticism, and commercial acumen. 4th professional skill is communication. Communication as a skill is mandatorily tested in section A question. I was just trying to see if they have followed it over here, but I think in this practice question they have not. But normally in section A question, mandatorily communication skills get tested. It's not like you have to talk, but it's about your writing skills. So, having good writing skills is definitely going to help you. All right. So professional skill marks will be awarded for the demonstration of these skills. And section B questions, they normally test 2 to 3 skills. It could be anyone. But communication skill only gets tested in section A because you have to there write a report. Everyone, now, are you able to visualize how your exam is going to look like, how you have to write, from where you're going to look at the exhibits? Are you getting some comfort in your mind that this is what, the exam will look like? This is actually, the practice platform, and your real exam is going to be 99% similar to this. Minor changes here and there, like your real exam is going to be timed. You're going to get 3 or 15 minutes only. But here there is no timing. You can keep the screen open for as many hours you want. Okay. And once you are done, so here you can use the navigator button also, like just directly, like rather than scrolling through each of the pages, you can directly jump on any of the questions which you want. And then you click on next. You will see the status of what you have done. And you can click on end exam. It will again ask you for a confirmation. Again, it will ask you for a confirmation. Are you sure you want to end the exam? You click on yes. So this is done. You have attempted your mock exam. Now, for the mock exam, at least, or whatever question papers are here now in this part, you can see their answer over here in this section. In a real exam, you will not be able to see your answers, of course. But in the practice platform, which will be available to you on your login ID and password, you can see the answer for every question. Okay. So if you click on mark, okay, and then you click on this type of a tab will open up. Okay, pre-June 2024 mock exam. And then you click on AFM. Okay, AFM self-mark. Okay, see, all the same question, voltage company was there, right? You're gonna get the marking guide. See, examiners get this. See, all of this you should know from the day 1 itself, so that you prepare accordingly. I told you, you will get step marks. This is the basis for it. They get a marking guide like this. That if you have done this calculation correctly, you're going to get 2 marks. You're going to get 1 mark for this, and such a detailed note they get. It's not like total, they have to assign you 18 marks or 20 marks. They are going to assign you for every component which is there while you will be solving that particular question. So this is how you get step marking. Okay. So this is the marking guide. And this is the how. See, I told you, communication. I think they've skipped mentioning it over there in the question, but communication as a skill will get tested. So how they're going to award communication marks? See, general report format and structure. How you have written, use of headings. I'm telling you, this is something which you need to develop You're going to use headings, headings, and you're going to get marks for that. Can you understand? Because total 10 marks were here. You do not have to write something special for getting those 10 marks. It's how you have presented the 40 marks. So you get marks for writing properly, communication as a skill, then analysis, evaluation, what you need to do to get the marks, then skepticism, commercial acumen. So all of this is gonna be here. Okay. Now you want to see the answer to a particular question. So you can click here to see the sample answer. If you click on this, see the report opens up. I'll just, yep. So you can see this is how the report looks like. Report to the directors of Waldich company, then introduction. You start off with the introduction, then reasons why, and all of the requirements, sub requirements which they wanted you to make a part of the report. You're going to write all of them over here, one by one. All the sub questions you're writing over here. Okay. So this is what is expected of you. The calculations which are done over here. See the supporting calculations which you would be doing in the spreadsheet function. Everything is provided to you on the platform itself. So it's a very useful utility. And I want you to know that all of these resources are available to you. So the ACCA practice platform, this is how it looks like. You can see your past question papers, mock exam papers, and of course, it's not just the questions, it's also the answers which would be available on the platform. Okay. So entire solution in detailed length is available so that you learn also. All right. So that is your answer. And here you can again see the marking guidelines and the sample answer. And it would be available for all the questions. So that was for question number 1. Then question number 2. Okay. Again, same thing. The marking scheme. And if I want to see the sample answer, I can click on sample answer and I'll get to see the sample answer over. I can get into this presentation mode also. If you want to print it now, if you want to print this, what you can do is you can just press Control P and I hope you're able to see. Yeah, you can press Control P and Microsoft Print to PDF. You can do. So you'll be able to download it as a PDF file. If you do not want to view it on the platform again and again, you can download the solutions in the PDF format like this. You can use odd pages only. Otherwise, now what they do, they'll insert one page after every page. So you can just click on odd pages only, and then you're gonna get your answer. I mean, you're gonna get your answer in the PDF format. So all of these things are available at your disposal. You should be knowing how to use them, what to use, of course. So this is something which is again a non-negotiable. I'm going to tell this to you towards the course completion also, that once the course is complete, you have to appear for mock exams. Okay. By the time we are done, we will be having the September mock exam available on the platform. So you are going to practice it for sure. But that's for the latest. But just to tell you, this is all available over here. And if you just, you can, when you're done, you can close it. Okay. If I close it. Okay. So this is done. Once you click on that, yes, it will go away from over here. So here you will see it is now gone. I've already self-marked myself. So it's gone. But again, if you want to see the answer, you can, of course, re-attempt a paper. You're going to get the answers again. So it's there. It's always there. It's just that first you need to attempt a particular paper, then only you get the answers to it. So that was about the practice platform and how an exam paper looks like. So now you can visualize this table, right? How question number 1, question number 2, question number 3, what type of requirement you're going to see with respect to the professional marks. Now you can really visualize it. Are we clear, everyone? I'm not getting any confirmations. Sleeping off? Here. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So let's move on. So as I told you, I'll tell you about the 4 professional skills which you need to know. See, I've made it very concise. It's in a very concise form. What you need to do to earn those professional skills marks. Okay. You don't have to read long commentaries. If you search it online, you'll get long commentaries of what all you need to do. But in a very precise manner, this is what you have to do to earn these professional skill marks. So communication skills, how do you earn that? Inform the target audience. See, like I was telling you when we read question number 1, write a report to the directors of this company. So who are your target audience? The directors are your target audience. So inform target audience using clear format. And I showed you also marking scheme. They give you marks for clear formatting using headings. Okay. So persuade with logical argument. It's not like you feel something, you're going to impose it. You have to persuade your audience with logical arguments. Okay. And if you're able to demonstrate that in your answer, you are going to get communication skill marks. Okay. So what you have to do to get the communication skill marks, inform target audience using clear format and persuade with logical arguments. Okay. Next is commercial acumen. Commercial acumen, so in general, it is what? Your business awareness. How much awareness you have about a particular industry. That is what commercial acumen is. Or you can say in general, like whether the suggestions which you are making, is it practical or not? So how do you get marks for commercial acumen? By giving practical considerations. So what you're writing is not something which is superficial. So whatever you have written has practicality to it. So your answers should have practical points, because a lot of answers you were seeing that discuss this, discuss that. So your discussion should be practical. Okay. So practical considerations. Then recognize constraints. So while drafting your answer, you might feel that, particular suggestion which you have given, it has got its constraints. So you identify those constraints also while you're writing your answer. So that is what is going to give you commercial acumen marks. Then third is awareness of alternative opportunities. So yes, answer which you have given is this particular thing is what you need to do. But then you recognize its constraints and then you suggest also something other than that particular option. So awareness of alternative opportunities. Clear? So commercial acumen is all about being practical, knowing your subject matter so much that you are able to recognize the constraints in a particular alternative, and then that is not the only option. You might have other alternatives to do something, and that is what you can suggest. So that will give you commercial acumen marks. Okay. Third one is analysis and evaluation. Analysis and evaluation is consider the meaning of data. What is the data talking about? It's not just about repeating the numbers that the sales has grown by 5%. And that is something you can see from the table also. That's not going to give you analysis marks. Why has the sales grown? Because you're going to get some inputs about writing this answer in the exhibits. That this happened, the competitor did this, the customers behaved in this manner. So reading the exhibits is very crucial to get good marks in analysis skills, because it's not just about writing numbers into words. It is about interpreting it. Okay. So consider the meaning of data, assess impact on shareholders, and apply analysis to the company. Okay. So these are the 3 things which you can do to get marks of analysis and evaluation. What do you have to do? Assess the impact, whatever decision that you are giving, how it is going to impact the multiple stakeholders. Again, all of these things will be as per requirement. What is the exhibit telling you? What is the requirement asking you? You can't start writing anything and everything everywhere, right? You have to address the requirement properly. Only what the question is asking you have to write that. And again, something which I want to tell you, sometimes it's going to happen that you're going to see a familiar question
Something like this I had practiced. Never a common question for sure. Something similar you might have practiced. Why? So you see this type of a question, you get excited. You get like, oh wow, I got lucky. I'm gonna write a good answer to this. And in the whims of this excitement, you don't care to read the requirement properly. You start writing whatever you already know. Please avoid it. Read the requirement. It is possible that a similar exhibit came in the exam, but the requirement could be completely different. So don't start writing just by the whims of something that you know. See what the question is asking and address it properly. So that's what you have to be careful about. So coming back to analysis and evaluation, what you have to do, you have to assess the impact of a particular decision on different stakeholders, apply analysis to the company, how the company can use that analysis to grow. Okay, so that is the analysis and evaluation. Then skepticism. The skepticism is question the validity of approaches. You might have heard it also, like when you are a professional, and those of you who have done CA, you would already know that as a professional accountant, as a qualified accountant, you need to exercise professional skepticism. That means having a questioning mind, inquisitiveness. So if they, the question will tell you that the managing director believes that this should be done. You as a finance director will have to question, and you'll have to, challenge it on practical grounds that this may not be the right way to do something. Okay. So question the validity of approaches, challenge opinions. It's not like you have to fight everything. If something is logical, let it be. If something you feel that it's not justified as per the data, you might challenge it in your answers, and that will get you marks for skepticism. Identify new information needed. So that means you might express that the question doesn't have sufficient information to do this particular analysis or calculation. So you identify that and put it in your answer. That if this information were available, the conclusion could have been something else. So this is something that will get you skepticism marks. Very simple, in short, 4 boxes. This is going to be very helpful for you. Just hang it on your study table if needed. But this is what, and ultimately, because it gets tested in all the questions. Now understand, 20 out of 100 marks, 20% of your marks is just on this table. There's nothing more to discuss about it. You're going to gradually learn these skills, but this is your 20 marks. You have to become professionally good to write good quality answers at the for the ACCA papers. This paper and this particular slide is going to help you. Any questions on any skill or anything so far, please tell me. Are we good to go ahead? Just have a quick glance at it, read the points again, and tell me if you have understood. All clear? Everyone, please participate. Don't sit quiet. You can tell me whether it is clear or not clear. You want to explain any points, just let me know. Understood? All right. All right. So these are the 4 skills which you need to develop. Now, what are the top resources which you need to use to pass the exam? Okay. So, trainings from VGLD, in the way that I'm there as your mentor for AFM paper. So please, sincere request, attend the live classes if possible. It is always better to to get your doubts sorted while you are studying that topic. So you might not get that feeling to attend the class every day, but remember, it's for your own good. Okay. So make sure you are regular in your classes. Ultimately, what happens now? If you're not regular, you miss one class, then you come for so let's say you missed a Saturday class, you're coming on a Sunday class, and then you lose the flow. So make sure you are regular. Don't miss the classes as much as possible. See, if there is an emergency, I can't stop you. But try to attend the live classes. And those of you who are going to watch its recorded session, again, to you also, please try to join it from the next time. Okay? It's going to be super helpful when you are participating in the class. You can ask your queries. It's the best thing. And when I give you questions to solve, you're going to do it in the class. You're going to get your feedback. You're going to get feedback on your answers, how you are writing. And I'm telling you, I've seen significant improvement in the students while they started off the class, the way they were writing their answers, and towards the end, how they have been writing the answers. So it's a gradual improvement that happens over time. Overnight, you're not going to learn it. Over time is when you're going to learn it. And when you attend the live classes, you can get feedback on your answers whenever I give questions to solve. Okay. So, yes, Vineet, it will have a question bank and PDF format availability. Ideally, I think it should be available only. Just speak to the team. They will help you out on this. So, just reach out to them after the class and you can ask whether they can share you the PDF while the books are getting dispatched to your addresses. Okay. So, just ask. Ideally, it should be available. And yes, the book will have your class questions and also your practice questions in the exam format. Okay. So trainings from VGLD. Then ACCA Study Hub. So ACCA came out with its study hub. I'll just show you 1 second. You can also open it together with me. So type in ACCA Study Hub. This link, you can access first link. And then you click on this one, login direct. Click on login direct. Scroll down and click on login direct. Again, it will ask you for your credentials. Enter your credentials and click on sign in to my ACCA. You can do these steps along with me. Same, what you have to do is go to Google, type in ACCA Study Hub. You're going to get the first link, click on it, and then type in your credentials. And, you will land at this page. Please let me know if you have reached over here. And all the subjects, whatever the subjects are of the ACC curriculum, all of them will be available over here. Okay. All of the papers, they will be available over here. So whatever paper you want to see, like I'll just show it to you for advanced financial management. Yeah. I think it will be showing for me over here in progress. Yeah. See advanced financial management. You're going to see it over here. You can click on study. See all of these papers you can access from here also, the drop down. Okay. All these are available. Now, anyways, coming back. So please understand what just happened. to understand the content which we are going to cover in the class. It's also drawn by taking reference from the ACCA content. So you will not really need to study from here. Okay. Class discussion and the VGLD publication itself is going to be enough for you to prepare you for your journey. So nothing to do from here. And even the questions which we're going to do, they're all going to be common. Okay. So like, because these are all past questions, mostly mock questions, past questions. So we're going to cover that anyways in the class, right? So you will not really need to use this particular platform, but just for your information, know that it is there. But again, if you are studying from the classes, it's like a self-study material which ACCA has come out with. But if you're taking the classes and you have your book in hand, so you will not really need this particular platform. Okay, but just know that it's a resource which is available for you at your disposal. Next is CBE practice platform. This I have already told you about and I've shown you in length what the practice platform is. The one which I was showing you earlier, that is the practice platform. This was the study hub. Okay, so practice platform, something which you should bookmark and use it. Then ACCA examiners report. Very important. Let me show you. Okay. Again, just go to Google. Or else, let me just show you. So go to accaglobal.com. Okay. This is the parent website of the institution. So this is your ACCA Global website. Now, hover over student section. Okay. And then come to study support resources. So I'm telling you all the important things which you need to know about. So click on study support resources. Then click on ACCA qualification. And then go to your respective paper, which is AFM. And then when you scroll down now, you're going to see this examiner reports. See, if I over it, it changes to text. This is what I'm referring to. Please tell me if you're able to see it. Examiner report. See where my cursor is. Everyone. So click on this. Okay. And you're going to see examiner report. So ultimately, what happens now? When students appear for the exam, examiners check it and they share their feedback as to what were the general mistakes of the students. So you understand that, yes, of course, these are the mistakes I have to avoid. All right. So yeah. So you're gonna look here, you're gonna see the comments. Now see, this was the question. Okay. Examiner team is talking to you directly. It was drawn from advanced investment appraisal. See, I told you now, advanced investment appraisal is a mandatory topic. So it came in section A at that time, in this particular attempt. So it was drawn from this topic, NPV calculation, blah, blah, blah. And they will tell you that most of the students did this, most of the students did that. So I would suggest that you read this, not today, but maybe after, we have completed a few chapters and you have a look and you understand the, content much more, then have a look at this. Okay, you will understand what the common mistakes of the students are. Anyways, I'll also keep telling you students do this, students do that. But just have a look at this. You will understand from the examiner's eyes what is he or she looking out for in your answer. Okay. So please keep this as an important material and you can get it for a lot of different attempts. So this is one which I opened. If I just go back. It was available for a lot of exams. September exam, September, December, March, June, December 22, September 22. So it is available for a lot of attempts. You can just, refer to it to understand what were the common errors or what is the examiner expecting out of you in the exam. Okay, it's better to know, right? Before you go for the real exam, you should know what is expected out of you. So not today, not on the last date also. So, somewhere after we have done a few chapters, you get a hang of what the syllabus is, then you read it. You may not understand everything right then because the entire syllabus is not over, but you'll understand bits of it and you'll understand what is and how you have to prepare for the exam. Anyways, I'll be there, but reading it from the examiner's point of view is also good. And then the next and the last resource which you need to use is the technical articles. Just take a look at the cursor where it is. Just below examiner's report, you're going to see technical articles. Super informative articles. Okay. On a lot of topics. See, like patterns of behavior. You're going to learn about all of these things in your curriculum. Right? Patterns of behavior, using real options, investment appraisal. Again, some questions could be there from your investment project appraisal part 1 to bond valuation, bond yield, securitization. So in good topics, I'll just show you any one of them, which let's take a look at this one. So detailed article. See, if you're traveling on a metro or you're just having some leisurely time, you can open any article out of the topics which we have completed in the class. You can open any topic. There will not be anything that you don't know, but it will be so detailed that your entire concepts will get rock solid. Okay, so you can read through these topics, NPV, what the method does, what are real options in very much detail. You can learn about it, the different types of options, call, put, and then real options basically. So this is something, you can read about. There might be some practical questions also. They'll give you solution for it. Okay. So this is a very detailed article. You can use it just for your knowledge enhancement. Again, as a recommendation, not mandatory that you really have to do it, but I would suggest you do it. As once the topics are done, you can open it, you can have a look at it. It's always good to enhance knowledge. And then again, this is available to you. Clear limitation assumptions of investment appraisal, European style options, American style options. You're going to learn all of this in the class. Multiple levels, detail. You want to learn it, you can get it from here. Again, what is relevant from exam will be covered in the classes, but something if you want to enhance your knowledge in, you can use these particular articles. Detailed articles for all the topics which are showing over here. See, I'll just show you the list of all the technical articles which are available. These red links now, these are all articles only. Multiple articles, see Islamic finance, conditional. This was just from part C of the syllabus, then as part B, then comes part C topics, part D topics, part E topics, investment risk, interest risk management, foreign exchange risk management, basis risk, currency swaps, and all of these topics, they will be like super detailed. Okay, so this is something which you can use. So I've shown you all the relevant materials, what you need to be aware of and what is available. All right. And then skills required for passing the exam. So that part is over, the resources. Now the next part is what are the skills required to pass the exam. Practice questions on Excel or Word. I've told you earlier also. I'm sure you're going to follow it from now on. Next is, see, you're going to hear it and I have also heard it and you're going to say it too. Ma'am, the answers given in the book is so long. Are we expected to write so much? And the answer to that will be no. You have to follow the rule of one idea per mark. The examiner always gives you marks on quality rather than quantity. So it's not like a college typical exam, like you fill up as many pages and you're going to get marks. It's nothing like that. You get marks for the quality that you are displaying. So, try to use this rule 2 to 3 sentences per mark. And in those 2 to 3 sentences, you are covering one idea. And write in small paragraphs. Do not write long commentary. Write in small paragraphs. Follow the rule of 2 to 3 sentences per mark. And in those 2 to 3 sentences, you are covering one idea. Okay. So if it's like a 4-mark question, you're going to write in, 4 into 3, that is 12 sentences. And Preferably, not necessarily, preferably you should write in 4 different small paragraphs. Okay. So one idea come up, always understand that examiner prefers quality. It's not about the length of your answer. It is all about the newness, the uniqueness, which is showing in your answer. Use headings and paragraphs. I've already told you earlier. Label and cross-reference workings. What does it mean? See, while you are using your Excel now for solving the practical parts, you're going to see that, for example, you're doing an NPV question. You have to use sales. Now, sales may not be given directly to you. They might give you the quantity, the rate, the inflation, and you have to find out the sales value. So in that case, rather than making the main NPV table clumsy, what you can do is come down, write a note number 1, sales, calculation of sales. You do the workings and then go up in the main NPV table, write in sales bracket note 1. So that the examiner understands the detailed working of it has been done in note number 1. And then you link it. So how do you link it in Excel? You just press equal and then click on the cell where you want it to get linked. So that is how linking can be done. So label and cross-reference workings. So you have to label them. You have to write note 1, then link them also. Okay, so that one change you make somewhere, it reflects everywhere, wherever it should. Okay, so label and cross-reference workings. Use formula, example, sum, NPV, IRR. So these are the formula which you will be learning also during the class, and you're gonna use it in the exam. Clear? Anything, any doubt from this particular slide? All good? All right, perfect. Now let's move to the next slide. Coming to time allocation. Very, very important. Okay. Because ultimately you're going to come and ask me, ma'am, should I write section A answer first? Should I write section B answer first? This sheet is going to give you answers for that. Okay. So you will get how many hours? 3 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. That is how many minutes in total? 3 into 60 plus 15, 195. You have got 195 minutes in your hand. Okay. So first 15 minutes now, use it to skim read all the questions and its requirements so that you understand which particular topic has been tested. And it's a skim reading. You may not even need 15 minutes. If you are a fast reader, you may just complete it in 5 minutes. See, for example, like I read very fast. So for me, this could be 5 minutes that I am skim reading all the questions. I'm understanding which topic got tested to understand that, yes, this is what I'm prepared for today. Okay, in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, try to improve this also over time. Read the questions, all the 3 questions, and understand the topics being tested in each question. You can attempt the questions in any order. Approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. Please understand, it's not about section A or B. Sometimes easy topics get tested in section A. Although it is like a 50-mark question, but if it is an easy topic, I would suggest you write and go and answer for section A first. Sometimes section B questions could be easy. So when you read the questions very quickly, when you skim read all of that, you will understand that, yes, my favorite topic, let us say interest rate risk management, it got tested in section A. I will go and attempt section A question first so that I know I have safeguarded this many marks. That's what I've written. Approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. See, once you have that confidence in the examiner, now I've written answer for 50 marks. Now at least I just have to write additional to increase my marks. I have already passed the exam because ultimately I need to score 50, but you have to write more to ensure that that passing percentage gets solidified, that yes, I'm going to get at least 70, 80 marks now. So ensure that you write the entire paper. Do not skip any part. And answer easier questions first. It could be from section A also, it could be from section B also. Whatever it is, you can answer in any order. Approach should be, okay, to allocate your time, multiply the marks for each question by 1.8 minutes. So 15 minutes are gone in reading and all. Now you're left with 180 minutes and you have to answer for 100 marks. Okay. Or to be better, to be precise, you just have to write for how many marks? Tell me. How many marks do you have to really write for? Everyone, please participate. 180 minutes over 80 marks. Considering 20 marks is professional marks, and I told you, you don't have to write anything special for it. Okay, so 180 divided by 80 is how much? So you get 2.25 minutes. All right. But please understand, you have to read the question also in this time. It's not like writing time is 2.25 minutes. Correct? So this is the total time which you're going to get in your hand. Okay. So section A, it will take about total. If you see, because section A, you're going to write 40 marks, right? So 2.25 into 40, that is what? 90 minutes. And each question in section B should take 45 minutes. Okay. So 2.25 into 40, 90 minutes. Overall, now please understand, while you are writing your answer, so 2.25 minutes into 40 marks. And here into 20 marks. Okay. So make sure each question, overall, of course, it will be 90 plus 90, 180 minutes, 3 hours. But each question in section B should take 45 minutes, about like 2.25 into 20 marks. Here, adopt this strategy while you're preparing. See, initially, when you do the first round, when you do first round of study, you might not be able to solve all the questions in this much time. But gradually, you will learn it. Okay, that you're going to learn time management. I have to write the entire answer in 90 minutes. So accordingly, I will draft my answer. So overall, you're going to get 90 minutes for section A, 90 minutes for section B. See, examiner is not going to do that allocation. You might take 100 minutes also in section A. But for you, so that you ensure that you're not losing out, or you're not, ultimately, you don't end up missing up answering any question due to paucity of time, due to lack of time. This is a rule which you should follow, that while you are writing your answer, you are writing it in the defined time only. If the time is up, I pause the answer there. I move to the next question. I answer it. And when the time allows me, I come back to it and complete the answer. But don't spend too much of time in any one question, because it's not like if you write any one answer beautifully, you're going to get 60 marks out of 50. It doesn't work like that. So make sure you are sticking to the time, and when the time is up, you move to the next question, you attempt it in whatever way possible, and then try to save time there, so that whatever time gets saved, you can come back and write and complete the answer. So follow this approach. This will ensure that you are able to attempt 100% of your questions. Clear? So this is about time allocation. Now the last slide for the orientation session, and that is the question verbs. As I was reading, I was highlighting, remember, calculate, discussed. So different types of question verbs can come in exam. And I have told you also, you have to address the requirement carefully, right? So make sure whatever is asked out of you, if you're asked to advise, okay, then you are doing what is expected out of you. So if you're asked to advise, it means you have to tell someone what you think they should do in a given scenario. Okay, so advice is about you tell them what they should do. Analyze. If the question starts with analyze, then what you have to do? Break an issue into multiple parts. Discuss the current situation. Okay. Whatever you have to analyze, meaning what? You have to drill down. You have to break the information. And then you discuss it in detail. That is what analysis analysis is. If the question was verb is apply, so you'll be learning a lot of different concepts. So let's say you're learning the Bishop model. So the question might ask you, apply Bishop model to this particular situation. Then you apply the Bishop model. Put a concept, let's say the Bishop model, put a concept into action as per the question's data. Okay. Then number 4 is assess. Assess is judge the importance of an issue. So you might be presented with an issue, you have to judge its importance. Then number 5 is discuss, which we were seeing a lot. So you have to argue about the pros and cons of an issue. So you have to look at the positive as well as the negative. Both sides of the coin you'll be looking at. Then estimate. Estimate is calculate and approximate. So estimate or calculate, one and the same thing. So calculate an approximate value, mentioning assumptions, if any, taken. Whenever you are doing the calculations, remember this. If you are making assumptions, always write it down in your answer. Okay. So that, the examiner knows that this is the type of assumption you have taken and how you have arrived at a particular answer. So make sure you write the assumptions. Then next is evaluate. If the question is asking you to evaluate something, what you need to do, balanced discussion on right or wrong and why it is right or wrong. So something like a similarity, you're going to see it with discussion. Discussion and evaluation are one and the same thing only mostly. You have to discuss about the pros and cons, the right and the wrong, and then come at a conclusion that this is what the company should do in the given scenario. Then next question verb is explain. Make a concept clear to a layman. So if the question is asking you to explain the Bishop model, for example, you have to write the answer as if you are, addressing to a layman. You have to explain the concept to a layman. So that is how the flow of your answer should be. Next is recommend. Recommend is same as advice. A course of action is to be recommended. So you have to tell what the other person should do in a given scenario. So this table, very, very important. Students, you know what happens commonly? The question is asking you to evaluate, you will start advising. The question is asking you to discuss, you will start doing some calculations. If you are not addressing the question's requirement correctly, you will not get marks. Even though what you have written is correct. Whatever calculation you have done, whatever discussion you have done, it is correct. But if it is not addressing the question's requirement correctly, let me tell you, you will not get the marks. So this table is going to be very important to help you structure your answer properly. This is on the basis of general understanding. When I've read a lot of questions, I've summarized this. It will be very helpful. So make sure you follow this technique in answering your questions. Clear? Is the table clear to you all? All right. Please have a look. Take your time. Read through it. No hurry. Utkarsh is clear? All right. Yeah. Recommend and advise are similar. Then similarly, evaluate and discuss are similar. But you can see these different versions. So don't get confused. So discuss, evaluate are similar. Then recommend, advise are similar. Rest all are pretty much different. Like estimate, calculate are similar. So that is something we'll have to do. Everyone, please take a look at it. Let me know if you have any doubts. But very important to get your marks. See, this entire discussion which we have had now, it is all about learning how to get marks. See, content, once we start, we're going to keep learning about the content, whatever you need to learn. But how to score marks, this orientation session if need be, you can watch it again before the exam on a fast track basis, like on a 2x speed, you can watch it again. It would be really helpful to, revise that this is what I need to and how to answer the questions. I'll also tell it again towards the end of the syllabus, but this is the approach that you need to imbibe from the very beginning while you are doing your preparation. This is how I have to earn the communication skill marks and blah blah blah. A lot of discussion that we have had over the last 2 hours. Okay. All right. So on that note, so I'll give you a break. Like since we are going to do it from 7 to 12, around 9 or 9:30 mostly, we will plan our break. Okay. So we'll take a 20-minute break in between and then join back again to do our classes. Okay. So we'll be taking breaks. Don't worry, it's not like 5 hours at a stretch. 2.5 hours. We'll take a small break and then continue our discussion. All right. So on that note, the slides are over from the orientation discussion. Now I will open up the book. And yes, you are going to get every material which we discuss in the class. Now, so for example, this slide which I was showing you, you do not really have to type or note down anything. Don't spend your time. Don't spend your time on writing, typing. Everything which I am, using in the class, you will get it. See, if something is available online, of course, like the links and all, you can access it. I've shown you. But this PPT file which I was using in the class, you're going to get it. So don't need to take photos or screenshots. You're going to get everything. Okay. So while I'm teaching you, just focus on the content. Don't spend time in copying or doing anything. Okay. Just have focus on your class. All right. So this is the entire syllabus. Okay. So we are going to have total 18 chapters. All right. And 18 chapters, this is what we have to do. And the questions and the answers are given chapter wise over here. So this will be your content. All right. The study content, the first 18 chapters. And then chapter wise questions are given to you towards the second half of the book. All right. On that note, let us begin. And again, I get some common questions still. What time are we going to have our classes? So class timing is 7 a.m. to 12, and on the basis of the time period by when we would be completing our syllabus. So let me show you a quick things. Sorry, I'll jump back again over here before we start the syllabus. Few things is when is the exam? You can just click on ACCA timetable. They'll show you the exam timetable over here. So if you're appearing in September 2024, AFM exam normally happens on a Friday. So any day, if you just see for any particular attempt, you will see that AFM paper, it is on a Friday. That is, it is on 6th of September. Okay. So the exam is on 6th of September. And our classes, so our classes would be running till 17th or 18th of August. So you are going to get 3 weeks just to yourself. Maximum, I'm saying it would run till 17 to 18. It is possible the syllabus might get over by 10 to 11 also. But in your mind, you keep this benchmark that we are going to have classes till the 17th, 18th weekend. Okay. And then 3 weeks I'm going to get to myself. Now, once the syllabus is over and you are starting to study also, don't worry that the syllabus is over. Now, ma'am is gone. Nothing like that. We will keep regular doubt classes also. Like, let's say 17th, 18th, the class subject is, everything is done. Then 24, 25th, I'm referring to the dates from the calendar, okay. So 24, 25th, I could keep a doubt session. Then 31st, 1st, as per the, again, requirements of the student, nothing specified. But rest assured, when you are doing self-study after course completion, you're going to still have the
support of the doubt classes, which I'm going to take for you. Ma'am, does that mean now I don't have to study? I will study everything after class is over on 17th, 18th? The answer is no. Do not make that mistake. Don't think that you're going to do everything in those 3 weeks only. Time will not be sufficient in that case. While we are doing our classes, okay, make sure you keep on revising those topics daily, and whatever homeworks I give you now, you practice that. Okay. So you have to be regular. It's not like you have come to the class, you have listened, and it's done. That's just half of the job. The balance half would be when you go back home, you revise the topic, and then you practice the questions from the homework questions, which I'm going to give you. And also, whatever doubts you get from the homework question, you can ask it to me in the class. We will solve the questions together in the class also. Not a problem at all. So we're going to solve the questions in the class. Wherever you get stuck, you're not able to understand the solution given in the book, it's okay. You can always come to me and we'll discuss the answer in Excel, Word, whatever is needed. Okay, so understand that yes, classes will be till 17th to 18th August maximum. And then you will get time to study on your own, and the doubt classes can be done later on as you keep studying. Okay, so that should be very clear how our classes are going to be structured. I hope my screen is visible to you all. The book, you can see it, right? We're going to start off the discussion now. Everyone, please confirm. Can you see the PDF on the screen? Why is there so much silence? You can say yes, no, and anything, everyone, please. And Vinith is back with his lingos. All right, so let's begin. So, role of financial strategy. See, the first few chapters which we're going to do now, they're going to be purely theory only. So don't get bored and think that the entire paper is going to be like that. It's a very interesting paper. You're going to get a lot of practical questions also towards the end. Towards not towards the end. I mean, just after a few, say, 2-3 chapters, you're going to start seeing complete it getting practical. So first few chapters, when you're setting the tone for the syllabus and everything, it's going to be theoretical. So bear with me. I'm going to add as many examples as possible. We're going to have a good discussion, and everyone, please get involved in the discussion. Okay. All right. So to achieve organizational goals. So what is the chapter? The chapter is role of financial strategy. Okay. Why do you need a financial strategy? You can be like, I'll do whatever I want. Why do you need a strategy for that? You need a financial strategy to achieve organizational goals. A company's foundational vision guides its direction and values, whether explicitly stated or not. The corporate mission articulates the organization's purpose, clear aims, and goals. So when you have a strategy in place, you know what the purpose is, what you are aiming for, and what is the goal that you have to achieve at the end of the journey. Okay. So certain keywords, whichever are there now, it will be given to you in this small boxes, so that quick glance at it if you want to know what a strategy is. Strategy is the plan for achieving the long-term organizational goals. Okay. It is for achieving long-term organizational goals. Now, there can be 3 different types of strategies. So what is a strategy? It is a plan for achieving long-term organizational goals. Now, the strategy can be of 3 different types. Number 1, corporate strategy. Number 2, business strategy. Number 3 is operational strategy. Now, let me tell you, think of it as like a pyramid. Corporate strategy is being driven by the people at the top. Okay. So please understand. Now, think of it logically. Most of you are working only. So, there are different layers in the organization. There is a starting level, which is like the operational level management.
They're more into, the calculations, the, report making, accessing the different applications to prepare the necessary reports and all. So that is the operational level management. Then people gradually grow into bigger and bigger roles, and then they enter the middle level management. Okay, that is the business level, which they say. They start getting into the business. And the third one, the topmost layer, the CXO position, CFO, CEO, CMO, CTO, all these folks. So these are at the strategic corporate level. Okay, that means the topmost layer of the company. So they drive the overall corporates together. So there are different strategies for each of these different layers in the organization. Corporate strategy is focused on the business. They are thinking about the business sector, what they are in. Unique abilities for value. And again, something which I want to tell you, don't have to memorize things. Listen to me in the class, and we're going to have a logical discussion around it, and the things will start just settling in your mind. Don't have to memorize, okay, now I'm going to go back home, I'm going to memorize the definition of strategy. Strategy is the plan for achieving long-term organization goals. Strategy is a plan for achieving long-term organization goals. Nothing like that is expected out of you in this exam. You will not be given marks for rote learning. The exam is going to be all exhibits based. You saw for yourself. You're going to relate to the scenario and draft your answer. So it's not like you're going to get marks for repeating something, that there are 3 different types of strategy. These are the elements of the strategy. No, nothing like that. You may have to relate to the, company's scenario, what is given. But don't expect that, corporate strategy, point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5 points you have to repeat in exam. No, not expected. Okay. So have your expectations clear. I'm saying all of these things because for a lot of you, this is the first paper. So I want to set the expectations correct. And everyone, those of you who are appearing for the paper first time, especially for you, whatever smallest specks of doubt you have, you can ask me. Okay. So again, there are 3 different types of strategy, corporate strategy. So it is about the business sector, how the business can create value. It's not about calculating profit or loss. It is about creating value. For whom? Why do you think the business runs? Why do you think the business runs? For whom? Why does the company run? Everyone, please participate. If you don't participate now, I'll not be able to teach properly, being very frank with you. Wow. Vinod, is that a sarcasm? To pay salary, the business runs for paying salary? What do you think, everyone? Why does the business run? Absolutely right. For the benefit of shareholders. Yes. So normally, talking from the point of view of profit-making organizations, business are run for for the benefit of the shareholders. And what benefit, to be exact, Utkarsh? It is wealth maximization. You want to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. Now, what is wealth? Now, please understand. Like, let's say you have invested in the shares of Reliance. Okay, correct. So you have invested in the shares of Reliance. What do you expect Reliance to do? You want the value of the share to grow, right? Let's say you invested today at 2,500. I'm taking a random number. And over time, the share price becomes 4,000. Okay. So you gain, right, through the increase in the share price. So 1,500 rupees per share you have gained. Or you also gain from the company in the form of dividends, right? If Reliance normally doesn't pay dividend, if it does, let's say it has paid 10 rupees dividend in the current year. So again, 10 is the gain that you as a shareholder have made. So the overall gain or overall wealth of the shareholder encompasses the capital gain, increase in the share price, that is the capital gain, and the gain in the form of dividend. So the first part, the increase in the share price, is known as capital yield. Okay. The gain through dividends is known as dividend yield. Okay. So wealth of the shareholders, always remember, a profit-making organization is run to enhance. Please remember this word. You are going to remember, you're going to use it throughout your financial management preparation. The business, the ultimate objective of financial management is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. It is not to maximize profits. It is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. Okay. So coming back to where I was, corporate strategy, it involves having a focus on the business sector that you are in. Okay. Unique abilities for creating value. Value for whom now, for creating value for the shareholders. And also, see, a business will have multiple stakeholders. Shareholders is just one of the stakeholders. You have to create value for all your important stakeholders now. So I just discussed value for shareholders. You have to create value for your customers also, right? So that they seek value in the product offering that you have. So unique abilities for value for customers, then for shareholders. Then what you said, Vinod, it is to create value for your employees also, so that they can, earn from the company and have a good livelihood. So unique abilities for value. Third one is capital allocation. Capital allocation is what? See, people at the top, they are involved in this, deciding what is to be, how much of the money is to be allocated to each of the different avenues of, business that we have. So you might have ample number of opportunities. You might have the 5, 7, 8 opportunities in front of you, but you will not have money for everything. You have to allocate your resource wisely. So that is done by the people at the top having a long-term view. Okay. So capital allocation. Fourth is optimal structure. That is how the business is structured. What is the debt in your company? We're going to learn all of this. See, having debt equity structure. All of this is decided by the people at the top, because having too much debt is also risky. Okay, having no debt is also, not cost optimal. So arriving at that perfect mix, which needs to be there. So that is optimal structure. Then risk, returns, incentives. How much risk they want to take by investing in a particular project? What is the return they're going to get? How much incentives to be paid to each of the different, like stakeholders, like incentives for shareholders would be dividends. Incentives for employees would be salary. So these are the people at the top who are getting into all of these things, right? Next is business strategy. Now, when you think of business strategy, it is from the middle level management. They support the culture, the tone which is set at the top. Okay. They think of competitive strategies. They will, look at what the competitive action is, and then accordingly maneuver their strategies and give recommendations to the senior management, to the top management. Okay. SBU structure. SBU structure means strategic business unit. SBU is what? Strategic business unit structure. Okay. So what does it say? I'll just add it also over here. It's for your reference. Strategic business unit. Okay. SBU structure. Now, what does it mean? It means that the middle level management will be into multiple divisions. Like let's say if you're talking about ITC, ITC will have 3 different SBUs primarily. The tobacco industry, the tobacco division, the FMCG division, and the hotel division. Okay. So each of these structures, there will be top management, which will be looking after all the divisions, and then there will be divisional management. One of the division will be looking after the tobacco, that is the cigarette industry. Then one would be looking after the hotels industry. I'm sure you would be knowing that ITC is, it is forayed into hotels. It has got very good properties across the nation. And then thirdly, it will also have FMCG products. So like UP Noodles. UP Noodles is an FMCG product of ITC. So middle level management would be working in the SBU structure. All right. Then comes the third level strategy, which is relevant for the operational level management. And at this level, you look at very minuscule business unit level operations. That is what is the operation happening at your business unit level. Then outsourced functions. So you might at this level be deciding what activity you should be doing in-house, what is better to be outsourced on the basis of cost savings. Okay. Staff incentives. So what are the salaries which you can pay to the resources? Yes, the execution level. So these are the salary decisions, staff incentives. The overall incentives structure will be decided by people at the top, but the implementation part of it, how it is to be paid and all, that gets executed, rightly said Utkarsh, at the operational level. Okay, so these are the three different types of strategy: corporate, business, and operational strategy. Right? Again, I'm repeating this. If you get any doubt, just message me, okay? That I didn't understand this point or I don't understand the relevance of this. Just message me and I will address. All right. So this is the role of financial strategy. It is to achieve organizational goals. And when I say organizational goals, it is to achieve long-term organizational goals. What is the strategy you're going to follow for that? All right. Next comes financial management, the topic which we are studying. So what is the objective of financial management? It is to achieve financial goals through effective utilization and management of financial resources. Okay, so you are involved in achieving the financial goals. See, whenever you are in a finance role in a company now, what is your primary responsibility? You are the custodian of resources, right? Whatever resources are there, you ensure that they get used in the most effective manner. People are not wasting money. Okay, so as a finance manager, your goal is to achieve financial goals through effective utilization and management of resources, of financial resources. Okay, so the key components. And what is the ultimate objective of financial management? Maximization of shareholder wealth. Just keep this imprinted in your mind forever in your lives now, because very important to know that whenever you're going to do decision making, you're going to think from the point of view, what is the impact this particular decision is going to have on the wealth of the shareholders? Is it going to deteriorate their wealth or is it going to grow their wealth? Okay. So objective is to achieve financial goals through effective utilization and management of financial resources so that you maximize the shareholder wealth. Okay. So the key components which you have, the different types of decisions which you are going to make are investment decision, financing decision, dividend decision, and risk management. All these four you're going to learn in the curriculum, and they're spread across multiple chapters. Investment decision is that in investment appraisal. Financing decision will be, how much debt you're going to have, how much equity you should have. Dividend decision is how much dividend you should be paying to the companies. Risk management, I told you, interest rate risk management, foreign currency risk management. So all of these components of financial management you're going to learn in the syllabus. Okay. So, types of strategy. See, these are broadly different types of organizational strategy. Now, within which, like, you can have long-term strategy, short-term strategy. Okay. So, the different types of strategies are long-term strategies. Here, this would involve gearing decisions, dividend decisions. Short-term strategy would be liquidity management. That means what is the status of your current assets and current liabilities. So there's no gap between the table, but please understand. This table ends over there. So these are the different types of strategies. So you might have a long-term strategy, you might have a short-term strategy. Now, the different key important terms which we have, seen over here, like financial resources and, management of financial resources. So let's learn about what these key terms mean. So financial resources is, just 1 second now, I will. Yeah. So financial resources is what? You might ask, ma'am, you have to manage the financial resources properly. What do you mean? So financial resources are money available to the business. That is cash, the credit line which you have. Okay, so it is used alongside other capitals like human capital. Human capital is your employees, intellectual capital, your business understanding to achieve strategic objectives. So financial resources is using money, using the assets of the business to the best possible, in the best possible way. Now, what do you mean when I say management of financial resources? It involves handling these assets in an optimal manner. Again, non-financial strategies. Okay, so these are all, we have been talking about financial strategy, that this is what we do, what we need to do from the financial perspective, but from the non-financial perspective, it covers what are different strategies a company can have. It's not just they chase financial targets only, they also chase some non-financial strategies like HR, marketing, product development, addressing human resources. Human resources mean your employees, okay? Addressing human resources, promotions, and enhancement of offerings. Okay. So these are the non-financial strategies which you have. Clear? So key terms which we learned, I mean, again, nothing to memorize, just, remember that when I say financial resources, it means the assets of the company like cash, the credit availability which the company has. Then when you say you are managing the financial resources, it means you are handling these assets. A company not only chases financial strategies, it also chases non-financial strategies like HR strategy, how you're going to manage your human capital, the marketing strategy, what is going to be your marketing goals. So there can be different non-financial strategies as well. Okay. Now let's get into, so what did we learn over here? Corporate strategy, business strategy, and operational strategy. And now let's get into the corporate objectives in practice. So companies may have diverse objectives, including profit targets, market share. So like, let's say when we're talking about the e-commerce space, who are the different competitors? Flipkart, Amazon, Meesho, right? So what is, let's say Flipkart's share? What is Flipkart's share in the pie? Okay. So market share, Gola company chases this, that, we have to be market leaders. We have to have a market share more than 50%, that we are the market leaders. Okay. So companies have these diverse strategies, which is driven at the corporate level, which is driven at the top level. Share price growth. Do you think operational management, the lowest levels of the management, they will get involved into, oh, I have to grow the share price? Not as much, maybe, of course, no, as a like, not like completely no, but not as much as the senior management is supposed to drive the share prices. So understand from that perspective, okay? Share price growth, local and environmental considerations. So this is the people at the top that they will take care that, yes, how sustainable their company is, how environmentally friendly their company is. So like Ola launched their electric scooters. So that would have been decided by the people at the top, not the executional level management, right? Employee satisfaction. So you might be seeing that every now and then the companies, they keep taking these survey. How satisfied are you? So who is driving all of that? It is the people at the top. Then targeting short or reaching short-term targets. Okay. So that you have to, you're setting these short-term targets like we have to get this market share, or we have to reach this profit. Okay, so these are the short-term targets which they chase. Then pursuing long-term plans. So they will have short-term as well as long-term plans to put in place. Okay, so that is about the people at the top. Now, different types of objectives which we have. The profit goal. It means you boost the profits. How can you do that? You can do that through cost reduction. Okay. Surrogate profit goals. That is indirectly aid profits. That means your indirect means to reach or achieve higher profits. and that is through content workforce. All right. So that means if your employees are happy, your performance, your financial performance will automatically improve. So that's like a surrogate profit goals. And how do you do that? What is the explanation of it? It is to indirectly aid the profits. Then constraints on profit. You have to understand that what limitations you have. So limit profit for ethical considerations. You cannot have, keep striving for higher and higher profits at the expense of causing damage to the environment, for example. So you have to ensure that, yes, you might have to curtail your profits by using sustainable resources and all. That means you are using expensive but sustainable resources. So you are cutting down. There is a constraint on your profit. But why are you doing so? You are doing so to ensure that you're fulfilling your responsibility towards the environment. All right. Then dysfunctional goals. Sometimes happens that you are chasing a particular goal. Let's say you are chasing market share. And in this pursuit, you completely forget your financial structure. You start giving deep discounts. Deep discounts is a hit on the P&L of the company, right? So this is a dysfunctional goal. You are chasing one goal, and that is market share. That yes, I want to be the market leader. I'll give the best discounts in this industry so that all the customers start coming to me. Okay. So pursuing market leadership at any cost. You want to take market share at whatever cost come may. Okay. So these are the different types of objectives. Now, please don't think of it as like, I need to memorize the different types of objectives. No, just understand, go with the flow, understand what is relevant for a company. How does the company think? So think from that perspective. No one is going to ask you list down the different types of objectives. Never, never, never. In ACCA exam, at least, never you're going to get such type of questions. So a company can pursue two approaches when setting objectives. Maximizing aims for the best possible outcome, okay, and satisfying aims for finding an adequate outcome, okay. So one is you want to maximize your aims, and one is you're going to have a satisfying level of having an adequate outcome. It may not be the best, but it is adequate. So critics, that means the criticism for profit maximization. So we have been saying that, yes, we want to maximize profits, but there can be some criticism of the profit maximization goal also. What could it be? That you start neglecting stakeholders other than shareholders. That means your eyes are only on shareholders. You don't care what your employees are going through. So you might have seen in a lot of companies, you might have experienced that also in your company, that the company is doing cost cutting, and then they will not give you good increments in the salary. What is the company ultimately doing to enhance their profits? They are doing what? They are doing cost cutting in the employee salary cost. So you're understanding this is a criticism of profit maximization, that you are neglecting your key stakeholders, which is your employees, and you are prioritizing shareholders. See, ultimate, yes, the agenda is wealth maximization of shareholders, but this also has certain criticism, and what it means that the expectations of the other stakeholders are not prioritized at all, and that might serve as setbacks. Okay. So overlooking societal concerns, you don't look at the society, what the effects the company is having on the society. Unlisted firms may not prioritize maximum returns. So, the companies which are not listed, that means the companies which are not listed on the stock exchange. So unlisted firms may not prioritize maximum returns. So they might be chasing different targets. And closely held firms closely held means private companies, okay. So they may prioritize owners, that means the private owners of the company. They might prioritize livelihood and lifestyle. It happens in all these, typical small companies. What is the ultimate objective? So that the directors get a good life, have a good livelihood, they draw good remuneration. So the responsibility Because in those companies, the directors and shareholders, mostly they are the same. But mostly in these these closely knitted companies now, their priority is not profits, but it is more like livelihood and lifestyle, right? Oh wow, perfect example. Kingfisher. That was a private company, and of course we all know about the lifestyle of Mr. Vijay Mallya. So yes, that is what happens in private companies. So yes, we might propagate that yes, we have to chase wealth maximization, profit maximization, but in reality, now it doesn't actually flow. So that is what the criticism is about. Okay. So on that note, let's take a small break here. We'll break for 20 minutes. And then post the break, we start off with this particular section of maximizing the shareholders' wealth. All right. Refresh yourself, eat something, and then be back. We'll catch up in 20 minutes. It's 9:33 now. We'll catch up at 9:55. Okay. All right. Have a break and then be back. Everyone, welcome back from the break. Utkarsh, the class will be from 7 to 12. Saturday. All right. So let's continue our discussion. So we know about maximization of shareholder wealth now, right? How does the wealth of the shareholder get maximized? It is through capital gain yield and the dividend yield. So objective is maximizing shareholder wealth. It guides decision making. So as I was telling you why you need to remember this forever, that so that the decisions which you take in the business, they are guided by this, that they have to maximize the shareholder wealth. So what is wealth? Shareholder wealth comprises of dividend and share price growth. Okay, the price, the increase in the price which happens, that is the capital gain yield, and the dividend which you earn is the dividend yield. Justification for maximization. Competitive return is future finance raising and growth. Okay. So you get that when you are when you're maximizing the shareholder wealth. So whenever you are offering competitive returns, whenever you're offering competitive return, it helps to finance future growth. And you know how you can easily raise finance. So if your share is performing well, the banks are also willing to give money to you. Non-competitive returns lead to inevitable decline. So if your shares are not giving a good return, there will be a decline in the value of the shares, right? Then legal duty of directors to run the company for shareholders. Why do you have to maximize wealth? Because it is your obligation, it is your fiduciary duty. You have to run the company for the shareholders. That's why it is said that directors are agents for the shareholders, because the shareholders, they cannot run the business themselves. So they appoint directors to do that job. So the directors are agents of the shareholders. Assumption that shareholders, especially institutional investors, they aim to maximize wealth. Because ultimately, if you're getting investment, they are investing their money just to maximize their wealth. Okay. So let's look at an activity question over here. Activity 1, NPV, payback, and time. Discuss whether the maximization of NPV will always maximize shareholders' wealth. You should make reference to payback and issue of long versus short-term returns in your discussion. Okay, so what do you have to discuss? Okay, I'll just hide it anyways. I know it's looking at the, just have to look at the bottom of the sheet. What is the question? Whether the maximization of NPV will always maximize shareholder wealth, number 1. You should make reference to payback period. What is payback period? The period in which the initial investment is recouped through cash inflows. So you should make reference to payback and the issue of long versus short-term returns. That what does the shareholder really want? Do they want long-term return? Do they want short-term returns? in your discussion. Okay. So I'm giving you some 5 minutes. Please try this question and share your answer when you're done. I'm giving just 5 minutes. Try to frame how you would write answer in an exam scenario. I want all of you to try this out. Okay. Everyone, don't sit idle. Practice and share an answer. I'll give feedback on that answer. Okay. Um, so this is the question. I'll repeat what is expected out of you over here. Oh, you can see? All right. Anyone who has completed? Utkarsh, your avatar has come back again. All right. So, if anyone of you have done it, then please share your answers. I'll review it. If not, then we'll have a look at the answer over here. Sure. Let me know whenever you're done. Just copy paste your answer over here. All right, I got one. All right. So NPV is a ratio of a project's net discounted cash flow, hence it is directly proportional to the shareholder wealth. NPV is generally calculated with the expected return rate in a short-term payback. It is considered to have higher rate as the motto of the NPV is generally to reinvest the listing back in the long-term payback of the return rate. If the return rate can be erased, and hence the benefit will be stretched too much. One general feedback, to you, Vinod, writing in very long sentences. So I'm not able to understand. Okay, always as a recommendation, like when you're writing answers for exam, also not write in short sentences so that it is easier to make sense. I think I'll have to read it again to make sense. NPV is generally calculated with the expected return rate. In a short-term payback, it is considered to have a high return as the motto of the English will be eased and hence the benefit will be stretched too much. Your entire second statement is very complicated. But I understand the intent of what you're trying to say about the long term and the short term. Good that you have related to all the elements which were required, but suggestion would be going forward, write in small sentences instead of using a lot of commas. Write in short sentences that will help to make much more sense out of the sentence easily. Okay. All right, and okay. So NPV, now let's take a look at the solution over here. As I keep telling you, write in 2 to 3 sentences per per paragraph. Okay, and then move on. So that's what you're gonna observe over here as well. NPV links directly to the amount of shareholder wealth created or destroyed. However, it does not capture the value of real life flexibility and choice, such as the option to expand. So you're going to learn all of this. Today might be too soon to answer this properly, but you're going to learn it. And I'll tell you in brief also. So what is NPV? NPV is when you discount all the cash inflows to the present, and from it you reduce the cash outflow, you get the value, net present value of the project. So that value which is created, the balancing part of the present value of cash inflow and minus the cash outflow, that balancing part is nothing but the wealth which has been created for the shareholders. Okay, so it captures the value of real life. So you definitely calculate the wealth created, but it does not, the calculation of NPV, it does not capture. So I'll come back to you, Vinit. So it does not capture the value of real life flexibility. So projects have a lot of flexibility inbuilt into the inbuilt into them. Like you have the flexibility to expand the business beyond the designated 4-5 years of project life. So you might get the option to expand. Okay, you might get the option to. We learn about these different types of real options. So that is the choices available, but that doesn't get factored. The benefit due to this flexibility doesn't get factored in the NPV calculation. NPV can also give an erroneous result if capital or some other resource is rationed. In such cases, the NPV per unit of scarce resource should be maximized. So what it is trying to say that yes, NPV is the wealth created for the shareholders. But imagine a situation when there is capital rationing. That means, what is capital rationing? When you have limited capital, let's say you have 100 rupees but the investment opportunities available to you are of 250 rupees. That means different projects, all of them have positive NPVs, but they want you to invest 250, whereas you just have 100 rupees. So that situation is known as capital rationing, in the sense that you have to invest this 100 rupees in the best possible way. You have to invest in that project which will give the maximum NPV per unit of rupee. Okay, because if you just go by the logic of NPV, whichever is the project giving the highest NPV, if you go with that, it is possible that the investment of funds which it is requiring is not, proportionately high enough. So in situations, in short, what I'm trying to say is, see, yes, NPV results in, if there is a positive NPV, it means that the wealth of the shareholders is maximized. But number one issue with NPV is that it doesn't factor into the flexibility of real life options which you have in the project, which you will learn in a separate chapter, don't worry. And second is, NPV can also give you erroneous results. That means the NPV calculated may not be the right approach. Reason being that if the capital which is available is scarce, then total NPV, looking at total NPV will not be right. You need to look at NPV per unit of rupee. That means which project gives you the maximum return per rupee invested or per dollar invested. Okay. Directors should also consider short-term factors when considering projects. See, Vinod, what I was telling you, short sentences, you understand it better because the examiner is not going to spend time in rereading the statements. Write in small sentences, it makes much more sense. Put a full stop, move to the second sentence and elaborate it. And that's a general recommendation, not just specific to AFM. So directors should also consider short-term factors when considering projects. Issues such as liquidity and insolvency may mean that a viable long-term project is unwise if it bets the company or creates risk that may mean the company does not survive to see the long term. So whenever you are considering projects, you need to look at it from the short term as well as the long term perspective. It is possible that due to liquidity or insolvency, what is insolvency? That you're not able to pay off your debts. So then the creditors, they can demand insolvency of the company, that the company has to be shut down. So there is always a risk that if you're taking on too much debt, then in the long run, you may have to shut down. So directors need to consider these factors when evaluating their project. Now that was about NPV. Now what you need to do is talk about payback. So payback measures how long it takes for the surplus cash flows of a project to repay the original investment. It ranks investments with a shorter payback period more highly than those that are longer to payback, but it ignores cash flows after the payback period. So what did I tell you? What is the payback period? This is brought forward knowledge from the skills level, but just to tell you, payback calculates the time taken to recoup the initial investment. Okay. So the earlier the recoup happens, the better it is considered. That means what you have got your money invested very soon. So it ranks the projects. It ranks the investments with a short payback period. That means projects which are paying back the money very fast, they are ranked superior. So in this sense, money now has a higher value than money later. That means the value which you're getting sooner, it is considered to be more reliable, which is also the case. That means you have less reliance or probability of getting the later year cash flows as against the cash flows which you're getting today. So in this sense, money now has a higher value than money later, which is something that payback measures, albeit in a simplistic way. So payback also captures to some extent the value of the reinvestment option. The sooner capital is returned, the sooner the company can choose where to reinvest the capital. In a highly dynamic environment, whether the volatility is driven by political, technological, or other issues, that option will be particularly valuable. So if you are getting the payback sooner from a project, you can reinvest the proceeds somewhere else. So what does it say? That short term, when you look at the short term view, you can get whichever projects are giving you returns early, you can prefer that. You can rank that first. So this is what the answer is. What I'm trying to teach you over here, concepts, of course, and the way of answering as well. Now, next is communication to stakeholders. Effective communication and strategy play a crucial role in implementing financial policies and achieving corporate goals. When engaging stakeholders, you should consider internal versus external. Whether the stakeholders are internal or they are external. Can you give me examples of internal, external, and connected shareholders? So there are three categories of stakeholders, not shareholders. There are three categories of stakeholders: internal, external, and connected. Think and answer, what would they be? Internal, connected, and external. Everyone? Now I'll tell you. So, yeah, wait a minute. I'll tell you the way to bifurcate. Internal stakeholders, think of it as the stakeholders who would be inside the company's premises. Connected would be those who are directly, connected with the company, but they are not sitting inside the company's premises. Okay, so they're directly related, but they are not sitting inside the company's premises. External is what? They are outside and they do not have any direct relationship with the company. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I will keep making short notes over here. Okay. So first of all, so topic 2.3. Now, having known the explanation for different types of stakeholders, now let's look at the examples. Internal, sitting inside the company's premises, who would it be? Employees, directors. Now your answers all will change. See, connected would be what? Connected would be your shareholders, customers, vendors. These are all connected stakeholders. And then external would be government, local, community. Please take a moment. Tell me if you're able to understand.
Now you tell me, you're holding the shares of, let's say, Reliance. Do you go and sit in Reliance's offices daily? You will monitor, but the identification criteria, na? So sometimes, okay, I got where you're getting confused. Internal and connected, they are seen together. In some of the classifications, they are seen together. And if we have to go deep down into what internal is and connected is, then this is a bifurcation which we follow, that whoever is inside a company's premises, they are considered as internal stakeholders, and connected are ones which are directly related to the company, but they are not coming and sitting inside the premises. Okay, that's just how you bifurcate it. Any other doubt, anyone? Birds with a sock. So generally, employees, they are considered as internal stakeholders. They are directly looking after day-to-day affairs, and therefore they are considered as internal stakeholders of the company. Okay. Others, everyone is clear with the classification? Perfect. All right. So let's come back. Yeah. So effective communication and strategy play a crucial role in implementing financial policies and achieving corporate goals. While engaging stakeholders, consider internal versus external. So there's a very thin line of difference between internal and connected. They may be clumped together and seen as internal only, and external is, we have already considered. So differentiate between internal stakeholders with a direct relationship and external stakeholders. They are affected by the business, but they're not directly, related to the business. Power and interest ranking. Identify stakeholders based on their power and interest in the entity's activities. Regular communication is crucial for high power and high interest stakeholders. So, there is a Mendelow's matrix, not part of the syllabus, but there's a Mendelow's matrix, which, if you're coming from the AFM background, you would obviously know about it. So APM, we studied this Mendelow's matrix, whereby we classify the different stakeholders into high power, high interest, high power, low interest, low power, high interest, low power, low interest. So 4 quadrants are there of the Mendelow's matrix, and those with high power and high interest, they are very important stakeholders of the company, and therefore they need to be communicated on a daily basis about whatever is happening inside the company. Okay. So what we are learning is, how does the communication, how do you identify what type of communication should go to which type of stakeholders? So the classification of communication will depend on whether they are internal or external stakeholders, how much power and interest they have in the company. Communication purpose. Clearly define the purpose of communication, whether it's attracting new business, changing attitudes, providing information, raising awareness, requesting a decision, or supporting a policy position.
So the communication can happen for any type of purpose. So accordingly, you will decide what should be communicated to whom. Appropriate medium, choosing a medium that balances communication needs, example, confidentiality, urgency, with a stakeholder preference respecting their time and requirements. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to choose the medium of communication very, very carefully. Do you think you will do confidential communication over emails? You would want to avoid it. Do you want to put up confidential information on mails? You would want to avoid it because that gets documented. So what is the medium of communication for confidential information? It would be word to word discussion, verbal discussion. Okay. Then if there is like a detailed procedure you have to explain, would you which is like operational in nature, would you write that down in an email and send it? No, you will arrange a training for it so that you can explain the process to the concerned people. So the medium of communication is very important. You have to ensure that the intended recipient understands what you are trying to say. Okay. The communication to stakeholders has to be done appropriately. You have to see whether they are internal, external, and accordingly decide what needs to be communicated. Power and interest. You will not communicate to stakeholders who have low power and low interest in the company. Why will you communicate to them? They don't have interest in the company only. So you will communicate to people who have high power and high interest in the company. Then communication purpose is something which you will look at. Why do you need to communicate? Appropriate medium. Choose a medium that balances communication needs. So I've already given you a lot of examples on this. So an organization enhances awareness and understanding of its strategies and policies through a board adopted public information policy. Those of you who are working, you would already know about this, that each of the company has its information policy. That what you need to classify as confidential, what you need to classify as public use, or different classifications are there for information classification. Just hold on and try to see if I can show you something. I'm trying to find if I can show you some document or let's just put it in the Excel sheet over here. This is from topic 2.3 only. 2.3 classification of information. Okay. So for that, mostly there would be 3 types, but organizations can make it as detailed as they want. Confidential, okay, internal, and public information. So confidential data is a company's crown jewels. They are, very important. Okay. If it were to get out of hands, this information, it can cause severe repercussions. There could be some repercussions in the form of reputational damage, financial damage. Okay. So that is what confidential information is. This is the company's crown jewels. If it were to get out of hands, of your hands, this information could cause severe reputational and financial harms to the organization. Okay. So, strategy of the company that's normally kept confidential. What is the company trying to do? That's always kept confidential. Then what is internal data? So it is the information that would cause, it would cause harm if it gets out in the public, if it is leaked. Okay, so internal data is for internal consumption, internal reports being circulated. Okay, so information that would cause moderate risk or harm to the company if it was leaked. Okay, so corporate policies and guidelines. And public data, that information which is available on the company's website or it is available on the news. Okay, so information included on the corporate or published on the corporate website. Can you give me examples of this? Absolutely right, the annual report. All right. So let's go back. Yeah, investor relationship report. That is also an example of public information. Okay. All right. Where were we? Yeah. An organization enhances awareness and understanding of its strategies and policies through a board adopted public information policy. So it differs from company to company because it is decided by the board of directors of the company. Outlining information disclosure and stakeholder consultation practices. So what information needs to be disclosed to whom? That gets decided by the policy. Okay. Now comes agency theory, which I slightly mentioned when we were talking about directors and shareholders. Now, agency theory studies conflicts between owners and the directors of the company. It also talks about conflicts between debt and equity providers. Okay. Along with conflicts in management employee dynamics. That means conflicts between management and the employee. So there can be n number of conflicts in a company. These are just few of the examples. Now, please understand, shareholders are the owners and directors, they are the principal. So directors are the agents which are acting on behalf of the shareholders because it is their duty to enhance the shareholder wealth. So what is the responsibility of the agent? Generate maximum return for shareholders, directors and employees to work to, there can be conflicts. Ultimately, employees are being hired by directors to ensure that they get the job done. So what is the expectation or what is the responsibility of the employees? Work to maximum efficiency. Then loan creditors. There can be conflicts between creditors, that means the debt providers, and the shareholders also. See, when the debt providers are giving money to the shareholders, what do they want? They want assured returns and they want to take minimum risk. So minimum risk from uses of borrowed funds. So a company is essentially a group collection of contracts among various interest groups. Success hinges on meeting the interests of each group to a satisfactory level. See, you cannot make everyone 100% happy, but you have to find that balance between satisfying the needs and demands of all the key stakeholders and avoiding such conflicts as much as possible. Okay. Now let us understand the different types of stakeholders. Companies consist of diverse stakeholder groups with varied interests and objectives. Examples include directors, employees, customers, community, trade creditors, loan creditors, equity shareholders. Now, what do each of these shareholders want? Please understand, what is the table talking about? What does each of these stakeholders want from the company? They want maximum wealth. Okay. What do directors want? They want remuneration. They want power and esteem. They want job security. What do employees want? They want a good pay and job security. What do the customers want? They want the best product, service. What does the community want? That there is no environmental harm from the company. What do the creditors want? They want the cash flow on time. What do the loan creditors want? That means the debt providers. They want security. Security in the sense like they want an asset against the loan that they have provided. So they want security, cash flow on time. Whatever installments fall due, that is paid to the debt providers on time. Long-term prospects. They want the money to remain invested for the long term. It's not like every time they would want to keep exchanging money in hands. So they want from the long-term prospects, the company is in safe hands. So these are the different types of stakeholders. While shareholders remain crucial, modern corporate governance emphasizes directors' responsibility to a broader spectrum of stakeholders. So directors are responsible for a broad spectrum of stakeholders. Directors are expected to demonstrate responsibility. To creditors, what responsibility do directors have? Ensuring reasonable payment terms. That means they are paid on time and they are paid completely. What is the responsibility of directors to employees? Prioritizing health and safety. Then what is the responsibility of directors towards customers? Providing reliable product services at fair prices. And what is the responsibility of directors towards the society? Minimizing pollution and investing in social projects aligned with CSR and reflected in ethical, social, and governance metrics like Dow Jones Sustainability Index and these indexes. These are overseas indexes which measure how much the company is devoting towards the sustainable practices. Okay, so this is what the society wants from the directors, that there is minimal pollution and the company invests in social projects. This approach may lead to satisfying corporate objectives, emphasizing satisfactory returns for stakeholders rather than maximizing them. With the emergence of ethical investors globally, see, because ultimately we also, I'm sure all of you also would be doing that in your general choices in life. See, like Nike has come out with a recycled range. The shoes are made from 60% recycled products. Something different ranges are there. Like we have started opting for electric vehicles. So consciously, subconsciously, we have started realizing that yes, for our next generations to be safe, we need to make sustainable choices, which are environmentally sustainable. So, that is what ethical and reliable and sustainably reliable investors are. So, they don't want child labor. So shareholders seem willing to accept slightly lower returns in exchange for companies pursuing a broad range of both financial and non-financial targets. So it shouldn't be like that the company is already only focused on chasing financial targets, but they should also focus on non-financial objectives which give the company long-term success. Okay. Now, investment and financing impact on stakeholders. ESG performance. What is ESG? ESG full form given over here is ethical, social, and governance. What is the performance of the company? So strong ESG principles, enhanced performance, credit ratings, and crisis resilience. It means that if a company follows ESG properly, then the company will be able to enhance its performance in the long term, its credit ratings would improve, and there would be a crisis resilience. That means if there is any type of crisis, the company will be able to deal with it properly. Okay. So please understand what we're trying to learn over here is that a company has multiple stakeholders, and the directors are responsible to all of these stakeholders. Okay, and then sometimes there can be some conflicting objectives of each of these different stakeholders, so that has to be managed properly. Okay. Now, next, what we are learning over here is investment financing impact on stakeholders. Like whatever decision that you take, it has an impact on the stakeholders. So we are understanding that. Then stakeholder focused advantage. Serving stakeholders is a competitive advantage, especially during crisis. See, there were companies which were continuing to reward the shareholders even in the dark times of COVID. So the share prices fell, but the companies, they were managing their operations in a sustainable manner such that even during crisis, they can offer reasonable return. Okay, if not the maximum returns which they might be giving over time, they might be, giving reasonable returns to the stakeholders. Employee engagement, increasing wages and offering scholarships, apprenticeships boosts engagement and reduces turnover cost. So, like Vinith was saying, that he was getting a sponsorship from his manager to take up the ECCA course. So, when that sort of a practice happens in a company, the employee retention goes up a lot. But the employees feel that they have got a personal benefit out of the company, and they want to linger on for longer times. So this is what the directors need to take care of, that they do not just have to think from, saving costs all the time. They have to think from the long-term view. Remember, I showed you one thing that, I'll just display that again. 1 second. This surrogate profit goals. So surrogate profit goals is what indirectly you are aiding the profits, correct? So that is what that happens using a committed workforce. All right. So it's where were we? Increasing the wages and offering scholarships. See, everything is related. What you need to do in this chapter is to develop that mindset. What aspects do you need to look at? You need to look at long-term wealth maximization. You need to not just look at short-term targets. You need from the long-term view how the company should work. Risk management, common goals. So what it is trying to say that the directors, they need to see or do proper risk management, addressing government intervention risks, aligning goals with stakeholders, like sharing expertise with suppliers, drives higher returns, and protects shareholder value. Okay. So when you do risk management, okay, number one is that you manage the risks. Whatever type of intervention that the government may also do, you will be able to handle it. Then you align the goals with the stakeholders, like sharing expertise with suppliers. Okay. Then risk management helps you to drive higher returns. So we learn risk management in a lot of detail. And there you're going to see that when you are managing your risk properly, you drive higher returns for the business. Okay. And also risk management protects shareholder value. Okay. So now let us see. We have been talking about different stakeholders. Now let's take Reliance into the picture and understand who are its important stakeholders. I hope everything is clear so far. Anything, anyone, any doubt, please let me know. Can I move ahead? All good so far? Any ambiguity, not clear, something, just let me know. I'll address it right away. Can I move to the next part? how ESG is related to corporate to credit rating. Very good point. All right, so it says that when you are working, when you're having strong ESG principle, it enhances performance, credit ratings, and prices resilience. So the doubt from Vinod is that how does ESG enhance your credit ratings? Now think logically. There has been a gradual shift in the mindset of the investors. Why is credit rating done? Credit rating is done to, say whether a company is a sustainable company or not, whether it is honoring its obligations on time or not. So that is what helps the investors to assess by looking at the credit rating. Okay. Think from the broader perspective. Okay, not just like from the portfolio perspective, but from the broader perspective, it guides the investors directionally how well the company is doing its business, whether it is with respect to paying off its obligations of time, whether it is doing its businesses sustainably. That means, okay, I'll give you an example. How ESG principles affect credit rating. Your company has been employing child labor to save on labor costs. Okay. It's being done. I hope you agree that using child labor, it comes within the ESG dynamics, that it's not ethical, right? It is not ethical to do so. But now one day you get caught that you have been using child labor and your company is shut down. Okay. Don't you think, in a way, the ethics of the company affected its credit rating? It made it so risky that the company had to be shut down. So that is the reason why ESG principles are also factored into credit rating. The credit rating agencies see that how ethically the company is being run so that it shows that the business is sustainable in the long run. If it has been using unethical practices, then of course it will not run in the long run. One day or the other, it will get caught and the business will be shut down. Okay. So credit ratings are mostly, it's not just about the financial impact, but also from the business longevity, that whether the business will run or not. Okay. If the business itself will not run, then what will you do with the financials? Now that if the company is shut down because of using child labor, what will you do? Okay. So it is like the overall perspective that is considered about a company. All right. Now let's take a look at the different stakeholders of Reliance. RIL, India's largest conglomerate by market capitalization, boasts a vast and diverse range of stakeholders. Understanding these stakeholders and their interests is crucial for analyzing RIL's success and potential challenges. Let's delve into some key groups. It's just for understanding purposes these examples I've been putting. Okay. To fret about it, that you have to memorize it, just for understanding. Shareholders, primarily individual investors and institutional investors like mutual funds and foreign portfolio investors. They seek long-term capital appreciation through dividends and stock price growth. So that's what the shareholders of Reliance want from Reliance. Employees, RIL employs over 230,000 people across its various ventures. Their focus lies on job security. You know, this table which we were seeing, this one, it gets broken down into example of Reliance. So what do they want? They want job security, they want competitive salaries and benefits, and career growth opportunities. The third stakeholder is customers. RIL caters to a vast customer base through its diverse businesses, including petrochemicals, telecom, that is Jio, retail, that is Reliance Retail, and media, that is Network 18. Customer satisfaction with good product quality, affordability, and service standards is paramount. The next we have suppliers. A network of thousands of domestic and international suppliers provide raw materials, equipment, and services to RIL. Timely payments, fair pricing, and long-term partnerships are crucial for their well-being. So, the directors that look into the expectations of suppliers also, they are connected stakeholders. Then local communities. RIL operates in many parts of India, impacting local communities through its operations and social responsibility initiatives. You know, right? Reliance has a lot of social initiatives. Can you tell me few? What type of initiatives has Reliance undertaken from the society point of view? Think. Are you aware of any type of social contribution which is done by Reliance? So they have been involved in teaching the underprivileged children, then in growth of trees also. So they keep doing these CSR activities anyways. So RIL, it takes up initiatives, socially responsible initiatives to help the local communities, environmental concerns, employment opportunities, and community development projects are key areas of interest for these stakeholders. Then government is also a very, very important stakeholder for Reliance. RIL interacts with various government agencies at local, state, and national levels for regulatory approvals, tax compliance, and policy frameworks, maintaining smooth relationship. Because please understand, if the relationship with the government is not strong, you will keep facing obstacles. You have to ensure that you are complying with the government obligations properly. So, and ensuring adherence to regulations is essential. So, you have to manage all your stakeholders very carefully. See, everyone is having their own set of expectations. Shareholders, they want higher returns. Employees want higher salaries, good career growth opportunities. Customers, they want good quality products, reliable products, affordable products. Suppliers, they want timely payments. Local communities, what they want environmental initiatives by Reliance. Government wants timely compliance. Then environmental groups, RIL's petrochemical and refining business raise environmental concerns for some groups. Sustainable practices, waste management, and transparent environmental assessments are critical points of engagement. Okay. So it is more about the petrochemical business because it is not environmentally friendly. They will have to, whenever they are decommissioning the plant, they will have to uh, bring it back to its original form and manner. So they have to ensure that they are not causing irreversible damage to the environment. The media is also a very important stakeholder of Reliance. Public perception and investor confidence are heavily influenced by media outrage and analyst reports. Open communication, financial transparency, and addressing social concerns responsibly are vital for navigating the media landscape. These are just some of the many, stakeholders involved with RIL. Understanding their varied interests and ensuring a balance between their needs is a complex but crucial task for IRL's management. By successfully navigating this multifaceted ecosystem, RIL can continue to thrive and contribute to India's economic growth. Clear? Are we clear? So, good example to understand the different stakeholders of Reliance. All right. Now comes the agency relationship between directors and shareholders. See, if you feel that you want me to pause somewhere, just please message me. If there is no concern, I assume that you are going fine with the flow. Okay, so I don't want to make the class very slow also because time is precious. So just let me know if you feel that the particular topic is getting overwhelming and you want me to repeat, you want me to stay on that particular page, just let me know. I'll do that. So coming back, the agency issue. What is the agency issue? Let's quickly tell me. What do you understand by the agency issue between directors and shareholders? What have you learned? Absolutely right. So directors are running the company on behalf of the shareholders. Shareholders are the principal and directors are their agents. That is how you have to understand the agency issue. All right. So in large companies, directors separate from shareholders manage the company and are duty bound to promote its success. They must act in good faith, considering consequences for all stakeholders. Okay, so they have to always act in the best faith. Directors may have personal objectives, including number one, increasing personal remuneration. So they want higher and higher salaries. So now understand, asking for higher and higher salaries, and what is the goal that you want to give for or achieve for the shareholders? It is the wealth maximization. Wealth is dependent on the profits, and if you are asking for higher profits, your profits will. If you're asking for higher salaries, your profits will go down. So there is a conflict which arises when the directors they want higher remuneration. Second is maximizing bonus payments. So what does it mean? They want higher and higher bonus payouts from the company. Again, this will have a dent on the P&L of the company, which might conflict with the expectations of the shareholders. Third is pursuing empire building. Empire building meaning what? They are establishing their remuneration that, we are the directors of a great company. We can turn around any company which we want. So empire building, like setting up this, in the society that, yes, we as directors are very efficient and effective in the work. And that helps to build their reputation. And ensuring job security. Job security is what? That's no matter what, they will get a job to do. So beyond personal objectives, a few directors have reached their duties through creative accounting. See, a lot of companies, they do it. They will, whatever they expect out of the, financial statements, they will toggle those changes. Like, for example, if you want to understate your profits are X, but you want them to be something less than X. What can be done? You might start building provisions for expenses, because we do not want to release so much profit to tax. Then the companies, they might be involved in, presenting the financial statement in a different form and manner, like reporting or calculating depreciation differently, or doing revaluation of assets just to enhance the capital. Okay. And expense and capital spends, yes, that is also something. These are all creative accounting policies to enhance or window dress the accounts. Next way in which the directors have reached their duties is through hidden corporate activity. Concealing corporate activities, for example, through the use of special purpose vehicles. So what is an SPV? Again, this is something which you learn in the syllabus. SPV is such that you have a receivable, okay, but it is not being able to pay the money. So I'm talking from the point of view of a bank. That means you were supposed to get money back from the loan, but you're not getting it. You're not getting the money on time. So what do? It is a bad loan. It is a bad loan. So what you would do? The security which was provided against that particular loan, it will be given to a special purpose vehicle, SPV. Now, what that SPV would do is to raise loans on the money of this particular security. So giving this asset now, which the bank would take over possession because the original borrower was not paying on time. So using this as the underlying asset, now the bank can, or the special purpose vehicle set up by the bank, can raise loans. So in this way, what the bank has done, I'll not get into the details of it now, just to help you understand the structure of it. So what has the bank done in effect? It is to transfer its bad loans to an SPV, which is now using that asset or that security to raise fresh loans. So what have they done in a way? They have concealed the actual status of the receivables. So just to ensure that, the only a good picture goes out in the public that the company is being managed very well. So they might take these steps which may not be beneficial in the long run. So concealing corporate activities, for example, through the use of SPV. Yes. You are right. What you're saying is right. So that is what creating an SPV to sugarcoat or window dress your financial statements. Then the directors may get involved in takeovers. Some directors defend companies from takeovers. They are accused of prioritizing job protection over shareholder interest. So sometimes it may so happen that very good, exceptional opportunities come your way with respect to the takeover. That means some company wants to take over your company at a very good price, but the directors do not, give away the company at such good prices also, because they want to ensure their personal gain. That is, they want their job security. So some directors defend, that is, they do not let the takeover happen. So some directors defend companies from takeovers. They are accused of prioritizing job protection over shareholder interests. Then environmental disregard, allowing processes emitting pollution or testing products on animals, indicating a disregard for environmental issues. Okay, so the directors, they chase some personal objectives, they chase creative accounting, hidden corporate activity, they do takeovers, or they defend takeovers, and then they disregard the environment. So these all are the points which the directors are held against. That is the unexpected ways in which they work. So they're not really acting in the best interest of the shareholders, for which they ideally should do, but they start chasing their personal goals. Okay. So agency costs. So directors pursuing personal objectives conflicting with shareholders result in agency costs, termed the agency problem, leading to potential loss returns for shareholders. So when the directors, they start acting in their personal interest and the shareholders ultimately bear the brunt, it is known as agency cost. Okay. So a good corporate governance is very crucial to avoid agency cost. Ma'am, what is corporate governance? Corporate governance is the system of directing and controlling companies, the way the company is being directed and controlled. So the implementing good corporate governance is crucial to minimize agency costs. Like I was telling you, that you can reduce this agency cost by having a good corporate governance in place. However, introduction of corporate governance, including the Sarbanes-Oxley Act or SOX Act in short, it comes with its own costs. Therefore, a cost-benefit approach should guide the determination of an approximate level of controls over directors. So yes, you can exercise control over directors using the corporate governance framework, but implementing that framework also has its own costs. Okay. So you need to do a proper cost benefit analysis whenever you perform or whenever you want to implement a corporate governance framework. So the argument suggests that actual return to shareholders is equals to maximum potential returns minus agency costs. So you have to cut down the losses which happen on account of directors not acting in the best interest of the shareholders. So most shares in listed companies are held by institutional investors, yet some fund managers operate passively, neglecting even their proxy voting rights. Okay. Without increased shareholder activism, certain directors may continue prioritizing personal interests over those of shareholders. See, like, shareholder activism, voter activism. That means, voters actively coming out and exercising their right to vote. In the same way, shareholders also have their own rights, which they do not exercise. See, like we as a voter, we have a right to vote, but still you will see now that there is only 55% turnout, 60% turnout in the elections, in the polling. So what does it show? That the voters did not exercise their right even if they had it. Same happens with the shareholders also, that the shareholders do not exercise their rights properly. Okay. So now let us take a look at what happened in Tata Sons. Are you aware about this? Are you aware about the fiasco which happened around Cyrus Mistry? Yeah. Let's study and understand how it is relevant for the corporate governance framework. So one prominent example of an agency issue. So what is agency issue? Now we know that the directors are not acting in the best interest of the shareholders. That is what an agency issue is. So one prominent example of an agency issue between directors and shareholders in India involved the Tata Group and its former chairman Cyrus Mistry. So background is the Tata Group is a sprawling conglomerate with interests in diverse sectors like automobiles, steel, IT, and hospitality. Cyrus Mistry was appointed chairman in 2012, the first non-Tata to hold the position in its over 150-year history. So what was the dispute? In 2016, Mistry was abruptly removed from his position. He subsequently alleged several instances of mismanagement and poor corporate governance under the board of directors, including decisions taken without proper board consultation. So the decisions were being taken without consulting the board of directors. Then high debt levels and questionable capital allocation. Capital allocation, I explained to you in the morning today that how the limited capital is being used, the optimal use of resources, because you have limited capital in hand, right? Then lack of transparency and accountability, and favoring certain businesses within the group at the expense of others. So these were the accusations made by Mr. Cyrus Mistry. So Mistry argued that these actions were detrimental to the shareholder value. That means the directors were not acting in the best interest of the shareholders. So he highlighted that this is going on in the company. So Mistry argued that these actions were detrimental to shareholder value and constituted a breach of fiduciary duty. I mean, I told you, right, that directors have a fiduciary duty. By contract, they have this duty that they have to maximize the shareholders wealth of the shareholders. But that these revelations by Cyrus Mistry showed that the company was not doing its, the directors were not doing its fiduciary duty properly. Now, the shareholders' response to these allegations was divided. Some institutional investors and minority shareholders expressed concerns about the governance issues raised. However, the Tata family, which holds a majority stake in the group, backed the board. They did not go by what Mistry was claiming. They backed the board. Okay. Now in 2019, when the outcome came in, so in 2019, the NCLAT, that is National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, ruled in favor of Mistry, finding that his removal was illegal and unfair. However, the Supreme Court later overturned this decision, upholding the board's action. So NCLAT said that yes, Mistry was right, and that his allegations were true, that the board of directors were not acting in the best interest of the shareholders. Whereas later on, Supreme Court said that no, the board, whatever it is doing is right. So the decision was later overturned by the Supreme Court. So what does this scenario which we have discussed about Cyrus Mistry and Tata Sons, what are the agency issues it highlights? So this case brought several agency issues to light. Concentration of power in the hands of the controlling shareholder, the Tata family. Because ultimately they were the most, they were having the biggest stake. They were the most important stakeholder or shareholder group, the Tata family. So this is a, breach. I mean, not a breach in a way that this leads to agency issues, because ultimately the decisions, they start to get taken as per the whims and fancies of the core shareholder rather than all the shareholders. Because ultimately, please understand, Tata family is not the only investor. Yes, they are the major investor, but a lot of public money is also involved. Tata Motors is a listed company. Okay, so concentration of power in the hands of the controlling shareholders, this is a little problematic and can lead to agency costs. Weak shareholder voice, especially for minority shareholders. Lack of, because see, public investors are very small group of pockets of investors. Then lack of transparency and accountability in decision making, and potential for conflicts of interest between directors and majority shareholders. So when the director, when a new chairman comes in, there can be conflicts if he's not aligned with upholding the interests of just the majority stakeholders. So, what is the impact? The Tata-Mistry dispute served as a reminder of the importance of good corporate governance and shareholder protection in India. It also led to some reforms in the legal framework regarding minority shareholder rights and board accountability. So you need not know about it, but just understand the relevance of this case study. Okay, correct. It did interpretation because ultimately the shareholder, what is agency issue? Issue between directors and shareholders. If the shareholder himself, the Tata family itself, is backing the claims or what the actions of the directors, then Supreme Court said that nothing doing. Whatever is happening, it's fine. Okay. So that is what the issue highlighted. Here is the case study clear to you all, everyone? Please confirm. So we'll keep discussing these types of case studies. I've put in a lot of such in the book. All right, I'll move to the next one. I hope it's good to go. Yeah, all right. So next we have goal congruence. Now understand. What are we studying? We are understanding the different stakeholders. So I'll do one thing. Let's take a look at what all we have covered so far. So first of all, under this section 3.1, we talked about agency theory, that there can be principal and agents, and that relationship can exist between multiple combinations. It could be shareholder and director, it could be director, employees, it could be, creditors and shareholders. So n number of combinations can be there, which can talk about the agency theory. Now, these agency theories can happen between, or agency costs can incur between the stakeholders, right? So what are the key important stakeholders? That's what we learned. Then we understood what is the impact of the decisions, of any type of decisions, on these particular stakeholders. All right. Then we studied about the example of Reliance and the agency issue between directors and shareholders. Very important. See, out of all the agency issues, this is the most important agency issue that you need to know about, and that is between the directors and the shareholders. All right. So now, after having discussed the Tata and Mistry issue, now we'll move to the next topic, which is goal congruence. So we understand that, yes, there are a lot of stakeholders. Everyone has its own objectives to pursue. But understand, for a company to run, the objectives of all of these stakeholders should be aligned. They cannot be chasing their own personal private objectives. It has to be aligned with the company's interests. Okay. So goal congruence means what? Alignment of stakeholders' interests with the overall best interest of the company. Example of it is encouraging managers to prioritize long-term growth ensures both shareholders' wealth maximization and job security. So ultimately, what happened? There was a conflict between directors and shareholders. How can we lead to goal congruence? Goal congruence can happen if long-term growth is prioritized. If long-term growth is prioritized, the shareholders gain through capital lead and the directors gain through job security, because there is a long-term growth happening in the company. Just 1 second. Yeah. So goal congruence, we understood how it can be achieved. So goal congruence between directors and shareholders can be encouraged through number one, ESOPs. So what are ESOPs, anyone? Can you tell me? What are ESOPs? Anyone who knows? Vinith, you are slightly mistaken. ESOPs are not shares. These are options to purchase shares, which Utkarsh was messaged in his message. I mean, captured in his message. That options given to employees to purchase stock. It's not shares. These are options to shares. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Shares are also given, but ESOPs per se, they mean the options given to the employees. Now, let me see if I can get a good. A lot of startup companies, they give ESOPs. Not getting any good video. Logically. What a good reel. Somehow not getting a good video. But let me present my screen. Not quick reel. It's there. What are ESOPs? Let's have a look at it.
What are ESOPs and how do they work? Employee stock options are a type of benefit plan that provides employees with ownership interests in the company they work for. They can be set up as a standalone benefit plan or as part of a retirement fund. So, how do ESOPs work? Firstly, the company will need to set up an ESOP trust, which is responsible for holding and managing the company's stock. Next, the company makes contributions to the ESOP trust, which can be used to purchase company stock. Employees then become participants in the ESOP and are allocated shares of company stock based on a formula determined by the plan. Finally, when employees leave the company or retire, they can usually sell their ESOP shares back to the company or to other employees. ESOPs can provide several benefits to employees. However, it's important to remember that the value of an ESOP depends on the performance of the company stock, and there are market risks associated with this kind of benefit plan. If you found this interesting, like, follow, and subscribe to our channel Filter Coffee Finance.
So we learned about the ESOPs, right? So a very simple short video on how ESOPs work. So ultimately, ESOPs, they give the employees an option to purchase the shares of the company at no cost. Basically, mostly the companies, they give the ESOPs free of cost to the employees as part of their CTC. Okay. And when the buyback happens, they can, get the value for those ESOPs, or they can convert these ESOPs into stock. So when you are issuing ESOPs to the directors, then what happens? Now understand, what are we learning? We are learning about goal congruence happening between directors and shareholders. So how can we achieve? See, ultimately, shareholders, what they want is long-term appreciation in their wealth. And this ESOPs increase. What does it mean? That means the underlying share value is increasing. That's what the video also said. So when you are giving ESOPs to the directors, what it ensures is that both of them are chasing the same target. So it aligns the interest of directors and shareholders through a rising share price, although success varies due to market fluctuations. Okay. Long-term investment plans, providing bonuses to directors based on sustained company performance against competitors over several years. So you're not just inward looking, you are external looking also. You are looking at how your company is pegged against the competitors. And that's how you are giving remuneration to the directors. So that is something which can be done. Then third is transparency in corporate reporting. How can you ensure goal congruence? By enhancing the openness, being transparent in the company's reports. So in that way, the directors are obliged to report fairly and truly, and this helps to align the interests of the directors and the shareholders. Then number 4 is improved corporate governance practice, incorporating truly independent non-executive directors to enhance governance. So ultimately, it's like, what are executive and non-executive directors? Can someone tell me? Can someone tell me what is executive and non-executive directors? Tell me quickly. Absolutely right. Executive directors are the ones which are involved in the day-to-day operations. Okay. And non-executive directors are the ones who are they're not involved in day-to-day operations. They are there just to ensure that there is good corporate governance in the company, that they ensure that they keep a check on the powers of the executive director. So they ensure that the executive directors do not abuse their power in any way, because non-executive directors, they do not have any interest in the company's performance. So or their payout is also fixed. It's not based on any target achievement or anything. So the objective or the purpose of non-executive director is only to ensure that the executive directors are doing their work well. Okay. And it keeps a check on their power. All right. So where were we? Yeah. So incorporating truly independent non-executive directors to enhance governance, increased shareholder activism, empowering shareholders through voting rights to influence corporate decisions. So, the voters, they are promoted, they are motivated to ensure that they exercise their voting rights properly. Okay, so in this way, the shareholders, they also become active in the decision-making process, and it helps to, it results in good corporate governance and ultimately leads to goal congruence. Okay, so are we clear? What is goal congruence? Goal congruence ensures that the interests of the company is the pivot which everyone is chasing. There is complete correlation between the efforts which the directors are putting in, and it is aligned with the company's objectives. Now, next topic. So this section is over. Section about goal congruence, different types of stakeholders. Now that is over. Let's take up the next section, and that is about the ethical contexts for the finance executive or advisor. See, you will be evaluated on your ethical approach to solving the issues given in the questions. Okay, so ethics is very, very important for generally also, like leave aside the exam scenario. Generally, also in your work, you need to be ethical in your approach. So, ethical contexts for the financial executive or advisor. So, main principles around it are that you act with integrity. You're not lying, you are conveying the information as it is, no window dressing, no sugarcoating. So be a credit to the profession. Do not be like the black spot of the profession. You have to be ethical in your approach. You have to make the world understand that yes, this is a reputed profession, and the professionals, they are acting in the best interests. Then use independent professional judgment. Do not get swayed by the actions of some other people. You have to be independent. You have to exercise judgment. And if there is anyone who is blocking you from doing so, then you need to, alert the team that this is not the correct way of doing something, and you need to take corrective action, because this will not be entertained by the ethical committee or ethics committee of the company. Be competent. Be aware of the policies and procedures of the company. Only if you have read the policy manuals, the guiding light of the company, then only you will be able to make everyone follow the right path. So as a finance executive or finance advisor of a company, it is expected that you are going to be ethical, and you will have read the finance policies and act in the best interest of the company. Now, what are the fundamental responsibilities? A senior financial executive advisor should know and comply. So be knowledgeable and adhere to laws, regulations, ethical codes, and professional standards. Okay? Avoid violations. Refrain from knowingly participating or assisting others in any violation of applicable regulations or ethical codes. So, what I was just saying, you have to have the knowledge first to adhere to the rules. And only if you have the knowledge of the rules, then only you will be able to make someone else come on the path of righteousness, right? So that is what is expected out of you as a finance professional, that you act in ethical ways. Relationship with the profession. A senior finance executive advisor should, there should be dignified use of ACCA designation, employ the ACCA designation with dignity. Okay. These are all drawing references from your audit paper. So at AFM level, as such, you don't need to know a lot of the nitty-gritties about the use of ACCA designation and all, but having basic understanding is, of course, expected because you are at the strategic professional level. And maintain professional integrity. You should refrain from engaging in any act that adversely reflects on one's honesty, trustworthiness, or professional competence. See, what are we studying in this section? We are understanding what are the attributes of a good financial executive or an advisor. Okay, so you have some responsibilities that you should know and comply with the rules, and you should avoid others from making non-violations, from making violations, sorry. Then what is your relationship with the profession? Then relationship with the employer. So professional accountants must compete with consent. Obtain employer and client consent before engaging in independent practice that competes with their employer. See, if you are getting involved in any type of competing business, then you need to take specific, explicit, written, expression from your employer that he doesn't have any problem with you working working with a competing firm. Then transparent disclosure. Because see, this entire discussion which we're having is first from the point of view of finance executive, that you're working in the company, or from a finance advisor, that means you're advising from the company from the outside. So think from both of views. So that means if you're advising one company, let's say you're advising Flipkart, and then at the same time you're also advising Amazon, that could cause conflict, right? So then in that case, you need to take consent, a letter of consent from the client. Then transparent disclosure. Disclose to their employer any factors that could reasonably compromise their ability to provide unbiased opinions. For example, the director of the firm which you're auditing is your brother. So it can compromise your ability to provide unbiased opinions, but you are a finance executive. You have to act in the best ethical manner. So you should disclose any type of such relationship to whomsoever concerned. Then full disclosure of benefits. Inform their employer about all monetary and non-monetary benefits received for services beyond their primary employment compensation. So if they're receiving any type of compensation of more and above, beyond what they're expected to earn, then that also needs to be informed, because it could be a bribe in disguise. So you need to be aware of these types of things when you're working in the capacity of a finance executive or a finance advisor. Then interaction with the clients. So when you're interacting with the clients, you need to prioritize the interest of the clients over your own. So you need to keep the client's interest on priority rather than your own personal priorities. Ensure adequate basis. Provide opinions based on reasonable and sufficient information or sufficient foundation. And third is exercise reasonable judgment. Employ reasonable judgment by including pertinent facts, distinguishing between facts and opinion, and maintaining independence and objectivity in forming opinions. Okay. So this is how you are expected to interact with the profession, with the employer, with the client. Okay. So everything has been covered over here. I hope it is clear. Everyone, please confirm, are you understanding how you as a finance manager or a finance executive have to behave in the corporate world? Next is compliance with anti-money laundering. Super important topic. Let me show you a video on this. Let's see if I can find something.
Guess what's on the news? 5% of the entire planet's GDP. Laundering is
Hi, ever wished you could finish a book in a matter of minutes and remember everything in
That's often done by depositing funds.
This is a very, very good video. Have a look at it. I've got two good videos, one in this and I'll play the other one.
As one of the most notorious gangsters in history, Al Capone presided over a vast and profitable empire of organized crime. But when he was finally put on trial, the most he could be convicted of was tax evasion. The nearly $100 million a year, that's 1.4 billion in today's currency, that Capone had earned from illegal gambling, bootlegging, brothels, and extortion would have served as evidence of his crimes. But the money was nowhere to be found. Capone and his associates had hidden it through investments in various businesses whose ultimate ownership couldn't be proven, like cash-only laundromats. In fact, those laundromats are part of the reason for the name of this activity, money laundering. Money laundering came to be the term for any process that cleans illegally obtained funds of their dirty criminal origins, allowing them to be used within the legal economy. But Capone wasn't the first to launder money. In fact, this practice is about as old as money itself. Merchants hid their riches from tax collectors, and pirates sought to sell their bounty without drawing attention to how they got it. With the recent arrival of virtual currencies, offshore banking, the dark net, and global markets, schemes have become much more complex. Although modern money laundering methods vary greatly, most share three basic steps: placement, layering, and integration. Placement is where illegally obtained money is converted into assets that seem legitimate. That's often done by depositing funds into a bank account registered to an anonymous corporation or a professional middleman. This step is where criminals are often most vulnerable to detection, since they introduce massive wealth into the financial system seemingly out of nowhere. The second step, layering, involves using multiple transactions to further distance the funds from their origin. This can take the form of transfers between multiple accounts or the purchase of tradable property like expensive cars, artwork, and real estate. Casinos, where large sums of money change hands every second, are also popular venues for layering. A money launderer may have their gambling balance made available at a casino chain's locations in other countries or work with employees to rig games. The last step, integration, allows clean money to re-enter the mainstream economy and to benefit the original criminal. They might invest it into a legal business, claim payment by producing fake invoices, or even start a bogus charity, placing themselves on the board of directors with an exorbitant salary. Money laundering itself wasn't officially recognized as a federal crime in the United States until 1986. Before that point, the government needed to prosecute a related crime, like tax evasion. From 1986 on, they could confiscate wealth simply by demonstrating that concealment had occurred, which had a positive effect on prosecuting major criminal operations like drug traffickers. However, the legal shift has raised concerns involving privacy and government surveillance. Today, the United Nations, national governments, and various non-profits fight against money laundering, yet the practice continues to play a major role in global crime. And the most high-profile instances of money laundering have involved not just private individuals, but major financial institutions and government officials. No one knows for sure the total amount of money that's laundered on a yearly basis, but some organizations estimate it to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars.
That was a really good video, right? The way they had animated it, it's good. So one of the visuals, it showed, do you know, have you watched this show, Narcos? Anyone? Narcos on Netflix? Yeah, Narcos. So it's very interesting, like, you learn about Pablo Escobar's journey, how he started off, so he was a drug baron, drug lord, and really interesting. So one of the visuals showed Pablo Escobar also in the video, right? So he was involved in money laundering only, in a way. This was the video on Al Capone, one of the criminals who was also involved in money laundering. But the intent of showing you this is that the yes, correct, Vinod. So he had a very lavish lifestyle. Yes. So the intent of showing you this, rather than going into depth of the theory directly, let me show. I had one more video. I'll put the link of this video in the notes sheet. So if you want to watch it again later, we'll do that. I've put it over here, and it is from 4.1.
Okay. I think there was one more video. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, got it. This one is short. Again, very interesting. Let's have a look at it. So $800 million to $1.2 billion of money is laundered. That means so much black money is in generation. And the video, what it tried to show is that, see how many hands money exchanged. And ultimately, it became like a safe haven. We have got the papers for gold, and then the conversion to cash happened in the way, and the money got wired to different places. So that is how money laundering works. And considering it is a menace, so the ACCA content and ensures that you are aware about this and what type of requirements are there. So that's what the expectation is out of you. So these videos, they're a good starter. I'll put the link of this video also in the cell. What's it? Done that. Okay. So yeah, money laundering has a broad definition. Now you can just visualize it with the examples of the
Al Capone, that money laundering has a broad definition covering activities tied to the movement of money. The second video showed the movement of money or assets from illegal endeavors. So drug money mostly from illegal endeavors ranging from terrorism to tax evasion, depending on the jurisdiction. This encompasses actions like facilitating financial transactions, creating offshore accounts. You would have heard in news in few years back that there are Swiss accounts of a lot of Indian politicians and all. Remember, few years back, it used to be there in the news that this particular politician has got this much these many Swiss accounts because they have different types of regulations in different countries, and they can park their black money funds over there. So making these offshore accounts, it is just showing that there is a possibility of black money being into the picture. So it encompasses actions like facilitating financial transactions, creating offshore accounts, registering companies, and multiple layers of companies, multiple layers. This company pays to this pays to this pays to this. So it creates a chain of transactions between multiple layered companies and distorting financial information associated with unlawful activities. It's crucial to note that even those not directly benefiting from money laundering can be held liable for offenses. So it is possible that this driver, these two ladies which were transferring gold in their car, so they may not be doing it out of conscious awareness that it is related to some terrorism money or drug money. So they might be doing it just to get a quick money. So still they would be processed. And what the video also showed towards the end, that the driver was being prosecuted and everything. So that's possible. So any person who gets involved in the AML chain gets prosecuted. So what is the relevance of this topic be taught to you? Because you as finance managers will have control over the finances of the company. So you need to be aware of what transactions are flowing through your company. All right. So AML, anti-money laundering is commonly referred to as AML. So AML compliance. Typically, the law designates entities involved in regulated activities such as banks, high-value property transactions, and accountants to follow detailed AML procedures supervised by bodies like ACCA. So all the institutions now, they have come up with their set of regulations which need to be followed in respect of these high-value transactions. However, AML legislation generally applies to all businesses, mandating the reporting of suspicions to the relevant authority without notifying the client. So if you are working at a client place and you realize that there is something off, you can directly report it without even notifying the client. So normally we say that the information, the audit work is confidential and all. But in AML, the law gives you the liberty to report the report the money laundering activities without notifying the client, because ultimately you might be putting your own life to risk. So determining a client's potential involvement in money laundering requires a risk-based approach involving, number one, risk identification, identifying, describing, and evaluating risks associated with money laundering. So you as a finance manager, you will have to identify the risks which could be associated with money laundering. Then controls and procedures, implementing controls and procedures, including KYC requirements. You might have known enough that when you go to open a bank account, they ask for your KYC details like Aadhaar, PAN. All right. So what is that? It's a KYC to understand that, yes, we have the requisite details about you. Okay. And it helps to track a particular customer. Internal reporting for suspicious transactions and fostering a reporting culture. There should be proper reporting with respect to AML. Controls and procedures. Implementing controls and procedures in, I am reading it again, my bad. Next is monitoring and documentation. Monitoring controls through documentation, testing, regular review, and recording actions taken. Staff training and adaptation, very important step in avoiding money laundering from happening is training your staff properly. Training staff in systems and controls, adapting them based on experience and environmental changes. Okay, so you need to train your staff properly and ensure that they are doing their job with respect to KYC activities or any sort of related activities for AML properly. Banks and legal firms require robust proof of identity from new clients and often demand evidence like bank statements, sale documents for the source of substantial funds. So, different countries can have different obligations. So, like for example, when you go to deposit more than 50,000 rupees in a bank asks for your PAN card number. Do you know that? Why is it so? Because you're depositing money and I mean cash. So, it is seen with some sort of like if need be and if it has to be tracked back to the customer, so the bank should have the PAN details of the customer. Okay. Where the PAN number is mentioned, who is the depositor. Yes, AIF. And all of these, see, ultimately we read one very important point, see, that you have to get involved in reporting once again. Yeah. Fostering a reporting culture. So reporting culture is encouraged to ensure that, the compliances are followed seriously. If there is a reporting culture, then it gets accepted more. So, 1 second. I'm pressed control S. So let's take a look at this example of HDFC Bank. It's a leading private sector bank in India known for its rigorous KYC and AML procedures. KYC is know your customer. It employs advanced data analytics and fraud detection systems to identify suspicious transactions. It regularly conducts AML training for employees and maintains transparent reporting of suspicious activities to the Financial Intelligence Unit. It received recognition from prestigious bodies like Euromoney for its exceptional AML compliance practices. So yes, in India also, banks are always kept on high alert to ensure that AML is put in place. Clear? Now, what are the international aspects with respect to AML? So business operating overseas may confront specific ethical issues, prompting consideration of facilitation payments, deciding whether to make payments to local officials for overcoming bureaucratic hurdles like custom clearance. So any type of payment that you're making to the government official has to be scrutinized properly. Okay, so these are facilitation payments. These are nothing but black money. Do you pay bribe by bank? It's paid through cash. So a lot of, anyways, most of the companies, they make the employees sign on anti-bribery and corruption policy, right? Most of you who are working, you would have signed the ABC. That I'll not comment, Vinod. So, but yes, I mean, it has to be ensured that no type of bribery exchanges hands of the employees, and that's why they make you sign the ABC rules, anti-bribery and corruption rules. Transfer pricing, addressing the acceptability of using international transfer pricing strategies to minimize tax liability. See, you might not even get to know, but you're getting involved in you're getting involved in money laundering, is that you are doing some sort of money movement just to ensure that your tax obligations are saved. So it is possible that those money movements could be illegal. So addressing the acceptability of using international transfer pricing strategies. So it has to be evaluated that whatever strategy is being followed to save tax, it's okay, but it has to be within the legal framework. Okay. Then offshore asset transfers, deciding whether to transfer assets into offshore companies to mitigate capital gains tax on disposal. Then compliance with local laws. See, these all things you as finance managers will have to see. Compliance with local laws, determining whether to adhere to more relaxed overseas laws, example, child labor, or uphold the business practices of the home country. So it is possible that some of the countries are allowing child labor and therefore their cost of production is low. So should you set up a plant in such a country which is allowing the use of child labor just to save cost? So these decisions. See, ultimately, it involves the money movement. Money movement to some other country. So, need to be careful about it. And last point is sensitivity to local business practices, recognizing and respecting local customs, such as adhering to Sharia law in the Islamic world, which prohibits interest payments. Again, there's a full topic on Islamic finance, okay? And then we're going to learn that under Islamic finance, interest is prohibited. So, such as adhering to the Sharia law, so under Sharia law, which is under the Islamic finance, so it prohibits interest payments. Interest payments is known as riba, R-I-B-A, riba, okay? And investment in certain activities. So, exploring alternative financial instruments like sukuk Islamic bonds for Sharia compliance. So, if you are working in an Islamic finance country, a country which has instituted Islamic finance, then you need to be careful about these things, that you are complying with the local Sharia laws, and any type of non-compliance could be seen as money laundering exercise. Okay, so these are the international aspects which need to be considered, by a finance manager. Are we clear so far? Everyone, please confirm. The next topic is quite long. We're going to learn different models. Okay, we're going to learn different models for ethical decision making. So it will take time. We'll take it up tomorrow in the class. Okay, so let's break in here for today, and then we continue our discussion tomorrow. Okay, and everyone, please do join in the live class, and whatever queries, concerns you have, you can always let me know. Thank you so much for joining in. Bye-bye, and please take care of yourselves. Thank you.